Hey, welcome, my future student. My name is Edwin Diaz, and I got over 1 million students online. On today's video, I'm going to show you how to build a full stack to-do application using React.js, Node.js, and MongoDB for the database. Now, let me show you how it works. So this is a very simple application, but behind the scenes, we are doing a lot, and we're going to be learning a lot, right? So let me show you. So we'll write whatever to-do task we want here. Let's just say groceries here. We're going to add it. If we click it, you can see that we can update it and we can save it again, right? So it has been updated and we can click here and we can also update it like this, right? So if I refresh, you can see that the data is persisted. So it's in our MongoDB database right now. So the data is never going to change unless we change it. So if I delete it, right there is deleted. Perfect. All right. So it looks very simple, like I said, but I'm going to show you everything you need to know about how to build a full stack application. Now, if you're a total beginner with React.js, I recommend you guys to take my other course, React.js for Beginners complete course right here on YouTube. It's completely free. It's going to have a couple hours of content and it's going to show you everything you need to know for React.js. I really recommend it if you're starting this course. All right. So this is a beginner's course to intermediate. And this is going to be a beginner's course completely showing you everything you need to know from the beginning. All right. So you might want to look that up, look for the link somewhere on this video, or maybe a suggestion from YouTube and you can find that other course. Now, for those of you that want to take this to the next level and you want to support me, or you want to take it, you want some help one-on-one, or you want the source code, or you want to download the video or anything like that, you can go to codingfaculty.com and you can buy the course individually, or you can join the faculty group here with a monthly membership. Right now, it's at $11.99. It's very affordable at the time I'm recording this video. The price might go up in the future, all right? But so you can access all my courses for $11.99, which is super, super affordable. But anyway, guys, this is completely free here on YouTube. No obligation. Just subscribe, like the video, and you can share it with your friends and family. I really appreciate the support. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and let's continue with the course. Hey, welcome to this lecture. So, in order for us to develop full stack applications using React.js and MongoDB, we have to download and install some tools, right? Well, we have to download these tools. So, first of all, since we are all using different operating systems, right? I came up with some tools that are cross-platform for you guys, all right? So we can all be on the same page. So first of all, we're gonna need an editor. So Visual Studio Code is the editor to have in your computer, like the main editor, because it's free, first of all, and it's really advanced. It was created by Adobe. I like it very much. I use it with most of my courses, all right? It's completely free. So go ahead and download that. And most of these tools I find by going to google.com. So I go to Google, type in the name of the tool, and I make sure that I go to the original website, right? The website that has the main original tool, right? So like visualstudio.com, right? So code.visualstudio.com. Go ahead and download it for your operating system. Since I'm using a Mac, this button here is going to reflect that. But if you're using Windows, that's going to reflect that. If you're using Linux, that's going to reflect what operating system you're using, right? So make sure you download that. I already have it installed in my computer, so I'm not going to download it. Another tool that you need is Node.js. So go to nodejs.org. Again, I go to Google and I type in Node, but I go to nodejs.org, right? I'll click this link. Go ahead and download it for your operating system. Install it. Make sure that it is installed by opening your terminal, right? If you're using a Mac, go ahead and open your terminal. If you're using Windows, open your command prompt, type in node-v to make sure that you have it installed, right? If you already have your terminal or your command prompt open, go ahead and close it and reopen it again and make sure it's installed. All right. Another thing that we need is MongoDB. We need the database, right? So what I did here is I went to Google and I typed in MongoDB community download. And we want to download this version, this edition, community edition. So if I go to this first link here that says community server download, all right, they're going to give me a page here where I can download Atlas, right? So if you don't want to have the database with you in your operating system, you can use their cloud service if you want, right? So you can download their product. But this here is a paid, so they do have a pricing for this. We don't want that, right? So what I did here is, if you go to the second link here, which is this guy here, and guys, by the way, I'm going to provide all these links in the video description or somewhere in the video, right? If you're watching this at Coding Faculty, you're gonna have all these resources. If you're watching this on YouTube, of course, I'm gonna try to provide all these links, right? So you can see that here on this link here, that was the second one on Google, right here, right? We have the download links here, the instructions on how to do this, right? So these documents here provide instructions to install MongoDB Community Edition on Linux, Mac OS, Windows, and even on Docker, right? So since I'm using a Mac, I'm gonna right click here and I'm gonna click it. So you can see that it gives me the instructions. For a Mac operating system, I'm gonna have the Xcode installed in my computer, right? It should be installed by default. If not, go ahead and install it, right? Then it's gonna ask me to install Homebrew. Homebrew is a package manager for software in a Mac, right? So anything that has to do with web development or software development, well, go to Homebrew right here, right? Click on that link. It says brew.sh, right? / dash number symbol or the hash symbol, install. And here, follow instructions. For computers, for Mac computers, all you have to do is click here, put that in your terminal, and this is going to install it for you. So it's gonna explain to you what it does, right? So basically, Homebrew installs the stuff you need that Apple or your Linux system didn't. So you can also use for Linux, right? So Homebrew, really, really useful if you have a Mac. If you have a Windows computer, let's go back here, it's gonna give you some type of installer, right? So go ahead and follow that. For Windows, should be pretty easy to do, right? Go ahead and follow that. Install MongoDB using the execution file here, right? And you can read more about it down here, right? So anyway, just follow the instructions here on this page. And once you have MongoDB installed in your computer, all right, then go into, not this one here. Let me just take this off. We're gonna download this GUI for MongoDB, this graphical user interface for our database, right? Pretty awesome stuff. So I went to Google and I typed in MongoDB Compass. That's what you want. And you wanna go into this guy here, MongoDB Compass, right here. So the URL is mongodb.com/products/tools/compass, right? I'm gonna give you all those links, don't worry. Download it, and it's gonna be pretty awesome. It's gonna look like this. So when you have MongoDB installed in your computer, and you open MongoDB Compass, you open the GUI, the program, once you install it and once you download and install it, you're gonna click on Add New Connection, and just leave it the way it is and just name your connection whatever you want. I usually name my connection Connection 1 or whatever. And, I name it and save it and connect. And once you do that, you're gonna have the connection right here. I'm gonna connect here because I already created that. And it's gonna show you any databases that you have created in the past or some default databases, right? And you're gonna have all these default databases here. And here, if you click here, you're gonna be able to manage them. And when we use this in the future, you'll see how to do it. But very simple stuff, all right? Anyway, once you have those tools, and for Windows users, I recommend, if you want a terminal that's really awesome, like very similar to what we have in a Mac or Ubuntu or Linux system, go ahead and download Git. I recommend this for Windows operating system. Go ahead and download this for Windows mostly. All right, download it for your 64-bit chip or 32. Download it, and you're gonna have some type of terminal that you're gonna be able to type in some of these commands here that we do, like ls, all right, like cd, things like that in a Windows operating system. It's gonna be pretty awesome, all right? So we all can be on the same page, especially for those of you that are in Windows operating system. Since I'm using a Mac, most of the people in development, like really awesome guys, use Macs and Ubuntu because they're more advanced, but Windows is not bad. But if we want to be on the same page with web development, software development, having things look like or act like Linux, it's the way to go. Anyway, so again, to recap, Visual Studio Code, Node.js, MongoDB, then MongoDB Compass, which is the GUI for MongoDB, and the Git for Windows operating systems. All right. Once you have those tools, you're ready to go. And I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back. So in this lecture here, we're going to be starting. All right. So first things first, go ahead and open up your Visual Studio Code. All right. So go ahead and look for that logo or that icon or, somewhere in your computer right here. Right? Go ahead and open it up. Create a folder called React-projects. Inside that folder, I have a couple projects that belong to the last course that I created, the course before this one, which was the React.js for beginners, all right? Complete beginners. So inside here, I'm going to create another folder that is going to house the full stack to-do application. So I'm going to call this full stack to-do -app. All right. So basically full stack to do app. There we go. And I'm going to drop that folder inside Visual Studio Code. So it's going to be completely empty right here. All right. I'm going to make sure that I make this bigger, and you can do that by Command plus or Control plus in Windows. I'm using a Mac. Remember that. So inside here, I'm going to do Control tilde in my Mac operating system. That's going to open my terminal. If you want to open your terminal in Windows or any other system, just go on top and you should be able to see terminal here, or click anywhere here. You should be able to know how to use this already. All right. And that's going to open this up. Okay. Just like that. You can open this up and you click on terminal and you can expand this. All right. Let me just minimize all this stuff. And this is my folder here. Right. So now that we have that, we got to go ahead and start some commands here. I'm going to do mk directory server. I'm going to make a directory called server, all right? mk dir server. Press enter, right? So that's going to create this folder right here. This is where we're going to be housing our Node.js stuff, our backend, okay? Now, if you want, what you can do, if for some reason you're running command prompt on Windows and you did not listen to me when I told you to download git bash, go ahead and just right click and create a folder, or just click here and create a folder called server, right? You can also configure your built-in terminal here to use your whatever you're using. If you're using git bash, go ahead and select it right here for Visual Studio Code, okay? And if you want to select that default profile, just click here, and that's going to open this window and select your bash profile. For Windows users, select git bash, all right? I'm using ZSH bash. It doesn't matter if you're using bash or ZSH, they have very similar commands. All right, so once you have that folder, right, we're going to cd into the folder. We're going to go inside that folder, all right? I'm going to clear this up. And now we are going to do npm init and then the -y, just like that, and press enter, right? So when you pass in this flag here, all right, this creates a package.json, all right, and it's going to bypass a couple prompts. So it's going to be faster, all right, to start our defaults. It saves a lot of time, okay? That's basically what I'm doing, all right? So now we have this. If we go in here, you can see this package.json was created. You can see that it looks like that. That's great, okay? All right, so let me go ahead and clear this up so I can go up here. And now let's install some packages that we're gonna need. All right, so I can do the I, that is just the shorthand for install, right? But I can do install too. npm install express, that is going to be a framework that we're gonna be using to create, to manage Node.js, to create the server, because we need to create it from scratch. We're just gonna write a couple, different lines of code. Then we're gonna need a package for cross-site forgery, so we don't have any, problems when we are sending information from the front end server to the back end server and back and forth, right? So course, and then body parser, even though the version that I'm using right now, it's modern and we don't need it. It's good to have body parser package here so we can parse HTML data like form data in JSON, all right? For older applications that are below Express 4.16, all right? So if you have Express 4.16 and above, you don't need this, but I recommend it for older applications. So we're gonna download it. I'm gonna show you both ways. And then we're gonna need NodeMon, right? NodeMon is going to be always watching for changes in our files and, you know, keeping that server up. And enter, right? And once this installed, then we will finish this lecture. As you can see here, I had no problems. Everything was installed. And yeah, so in the next lecture, what we're going to do is we are going to start writing the code to create our server. For those of you that come from other languages where your server is already ready, like PHP, where, you know, if you have PHP installed in your server, you can just run PHP right away. If you come from PHP or any other backend technology that is running automatically, this is just a little bit different because we need to create the server from scratch, right? I'll show you how we do it on the next lecture. So it's just a little bit different. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. In this lecture here, we're going to start building our backend code that is going to be responsible for receiving HTTP requests from our front end, which is not here yet. We haven't installed the front end. So we're going to work on the back end. This is the server, and this is going to be with Node.js. All right, so we already installed some packages that we are going to use. So first of all, in your folder, in the server folder, go ahead and create a file called server.js, just like that. So now we're going to write our code that's going to, you know, create the server. Now, if you come from a language like PHP, you don't have to do this stuff. This stuff is already pre-written for you, and you just start creating your code. But with Node.js, we have to write this from scratch. It's not a lot. It's very simple. And we're going to be using a package that we downloaded to make it simpler. All right. So we're going to be using Express. I'm going to be using constants here because this information will not change. All right. So first things first. We need Express. And Express is just a framework that, you know, is basically a framework that works on top of the HTTP module. All right. So we do need some code to receive HTTP requests. By default, Node.js brings this module here. So if you do if you do this, require HTTP, all right, it's already available to us. When we downloaded Node.js, this module, there are a lot of modules that come by default with Node.js. This is one of them. You can build a server with this module, but this is going to take you a long time to build it from scratch because there is a lot of things that you have to do. So Express is saving us a lot of time by giving us pre-built functionalities that are going to have a lot of code in 2 or 3 lines of code. All right. So instead of writing that, instead of using this guy to write our HTTP request code, we are going to be using Express. And Express is going to make it a lot simpler. So we're going to require Express. Express is called a framework for this type of things. All right. Just like that. Let's just do single quotes. It's a lot easier to do it. I don't know. Actually, let's do double quotes. I have a plugin in Visual Studio Code called Prettier. Every time I save it, Prettier is just going to make it pretty. Anyway, the next package that we need is the course. So we're going to apply. So basically what I'm doing is creating variables and grabbing this module, this code that's here, and putting all that into a variable. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm assigning all that into a variable using required. And this is Node.js. All right. This is dealing with modules. So let's do course. Course is so that way we can send data from the front end, which is going to be in a different port or different domain name, to the back end, which is going to be in a different port as well. So cross-site forgery request package, whatever. That's what this is. And we are going to be using body parser just to show you how we do it with older applications, and then I'm going to show you the newer application stuff. So the body parser, what is the body parser package? What does it do? It converts the form data, let's say form data or JSON data, into objects, into JavaScript objects that we can use. So whatever comes from the form, let's say, the username or the password, when we receive it in this part of our application, it's going to come into a request.body. We're going to have this body property that's going to have all the form data. By default, body is going to have all the data that this package brings from the form. All right. Basically, that's what it's doing. It's parsing that data and converting it in a way that we can use. All right. So if you're using Express, if you go to package.json and your Express is above 4.16, as you can see, mine is above 4.21, right? If yours is above 4.16, you don't have to use it like this. All right. You could use it in a different way. I'll show you in a minute, but let's just go ahead and finish using it like this. And that way, and then we'll use it the newer way, right? So first of all, let's go ahead and create another constant to hold the app, the main app that comes from this function, express, okay? Then I'm gonna use that variable here to access another function called use. Now, one thing that I gotta do here, I also have to create a constant for the port. And this is gonna just be numbers. I'm just gonna make it 5,000. This is very common to do, right? So this use method, okay, is used to put middlewares, code that's gonna be executed from the front end, between the front end code and the back end code. So before the back end code gets executed, we can insert some type of functionality. So what functionalities do we want? We want the course function in here to be activated. So that way we don't have no problems with our requests coming from different domains. And we want the body parser as well. So whatever comes from the form, we want the body parser package to intercept that data and convert it into a data that our application can understand. So that's what middlewares. That's our middlewares there, like this. And this has a method called JSON. We just access that method and execute it. So this code is going to be executed in between requests. All right. So those are middlewares. All right. So now we have this app here and we can access this get method. This get method is just the route. All right. So we're going to create our routes here. This / is going to signify that I want that request to go into the homepage, to the port 5000. If I wanted this to go to the port 5000 and something else, I would just do contact here or write whatever I want. And I would have to go to this URL to get whatever, functionality I'm going to put in here. So this callback function is going to be executed in here when we put this in the URL address bar. Okay. Now, what I could do instead of using the function old way of doing things, I could use the modern way, which is arrow functions to do that. Now, inside here, I'm going to get the request and I'm going to get the response. All right. So I'm going to send a response back into the browser. I'm going to access this send method available in this variable here that I get when I do this, the get method here. I get this response and request. I'm going to use that and I'm going to send this hello world, just like that. Now, this is not going to work just yet, all right? We need to make sure that we are listening to the port. So let's do app.listen. And now this here is going to take a couple different arguments, right? So we're going to do port, which is going to be the variable here, this constant. There's going to be 5000. And then we're going to execute some callback function. I'm going to do an arrow function here. And I'm just going to put console.log because that's going to come in the log. We're going to log in working. Let's put the ticks. And I'm just going to say working on port because I want to know what port is actually working on. And let's do this. And let's do port right there. It's going to tell me the port number. All right. All right, so now what's left is for me to go to the terminal here. right? And I need to go into the server folder. So cd into the server folder. Now that I'm in the server, I have all these files available. I have the server.js in here. So I did ls to list all those files. So I'm going to do clear now. Now I can simply go and do node and then do server.js. And this is going to turn on my server, right? It's going to either give me, you know, if I access the port 5000, it's going to give me all this code in here. So let's just do that. And then I'm going to show you another way that I use that's going to be a lot better. So I'm going to press enter. And it's saying here, I got some type of error. All right, let me just make this a little smaller. And let's see what the error is. And it's good that I got it. So that way you learn how to fix this. So you can see that it says, hey, port is already in use. Great. So now what we do is we use a different port. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to change this to 4. I'm going to save my file. Make sure that your files are saved. All right. File save. Because if you don't save it, you're going to have a problem. Let's go all the way down, clear this up. And I'm going to press my up arrow key to get the last command. Enter. And now it says working on port 5004. So let's go to the browser, 5004. And you can see it says cannot get, it doesn't work, right? But something is there. Let's go here and let's just do that. Let me see. All right, so something is going on here. It's working, but it's a mess. So let's go here and let's see the problem that we got. So let's see, because I left the wrong route here. So in here, I will have to do port 5000, but I have to put contact in here, right? Contact. And now I get what I want. So now let me just take this off, right? I save it. And now when I come back here and I press this, it doesn't work. Why? Because my changes are not being reflected until I reset the server again. So I need to go and do Control C and then up arrow key again and execute the same command again. So I have to close the connection and reopen it again. So node server.js, enter. So those changes can reflect. And now I can refresh it and it works. I don't want to have to go through that all the time. There is a simpler way of doing this. So let's go to package.json and let's create a script. In here, there is this scripts key, and we just have to put this value here, whatever we want to type in the command line. So I'm going to put start, and I'm going to access a package that we downloaded called NodeMan. And I'm going to say, NodeMan, I want you to run this file called server.js. So basically, that's what I'm doing here. So now you can run the scripts by doing npm and the name of this key here, which is start. npm test, npm start, and you can run your scripts. Okay? So npm start is going to run the script here. So now, if I go to my terminal and I go here, I'm going to do Control C to close the connection. Control C. I'm going to clear this so you can see it. And I'm going to do npm start. Enter. And now you can see that it says NodeMon starting Node.js. So you can see it says port 504. It still works the same. You can see refresh there. I'm refreshing and it works the same way. But now when I go into, I'll show you, in the server.js, I'm going to change the port to 5005. Just like that. And I'm going to press save or Command S or Control S. I'm going to save my file. I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to refresh and it doesn't work anymore. Now, if I do the 5 here, you can see that it works. So I didn't have to go physically here and close my connection. NodeMon is actually listening for the changes, right? So every time I make a change in my code, all I have to do is see it working here. It's gonna basically close the connection, restart the connection for me, and I don't have to do it manually. So that's why we use that instead of running the script with Node by itself, all right? So now we do have the Express server working 100% here. Now, for those of you that are using a new version, let me show you a new version of Express, which most of you will. You don't have to use the body parser like this. Let me show you the new way of doing it. Let me see the body parser like this. All right. So what we can do here is you could use express like this. So you can say app.use. Since it's building into Express, all you have to do is express.json. JSON, just like that. All right. So instead of using the package, we use Express, and that's going to take care of that. All right. You also might want to put the use of Express URL encoded. And what I do sometimes when I start typing in Visual Studio, instead of typing the whole thing, I press the tab and it will finish it for me, all right? And then here, this would be a function that has an object inside. So I put the parentheses. You can see I click the parentheses and then I click the curly braces and it does both of those things here for me. So inside this, we're gonna have an object that's gonna call extended. I'm gonna press enter here because it's refilling it for me. I put the colon and then I'm gonna make sure that it is true. And I'm going to put the semicolon here. All right, so you can see, right? So here, instead of using body parser, I'm using Express. This is for the new versions, all right? If your version, again, is not above 4.21, then use the other body parser here. And then you can use this function as well inside this body parser package. Body parser.url encoded, basically the same thing here, but with this package, all right? I'm using the new version, so we don't have to deal with this, okay? And you don't even need this package here if you're using the new version of Express. And I hope all of you are, because this is a brand new video here, all right, in 2025. So perfect. So this is still working the same, as you can see. All right, so let's continue with this in the next lecture, guys. Hey, welcome back. So on the last lecture, we learned how to create a server with Node.js. And we were able to even display some data here, send a response back to the browser, to the client. So that was awesome. Now, it's time to move forward. So we need to build more routes. These are called routes. And since this is going to be a RESTful API, what that means is that it's going to have GET requests, POST requests, PUT requests, DELETE requests, and so on. Right? So that's what a RESTful API is, right? So it's going to have the major components that are responsible for creating, reading, updating, and deleting records, all right, in a database. So since we're going to be creating routes to handle those things in the back end, right? That's where we are. We are in the back end, right? We're using Node.js for the back end. We need some way to test our APIs, our routes. So if I wanted to test a POST request that's coming from a form, from HTML, that would be a hassle right here because I would have to create a form in an HTML format and send that request to a route, right? So let's say, for example, I have this route here called app.post. This is how we do it in Node.js. And, then I would have to go to the HTML code and create a form. That would be a hassle to test our API. So I got a better solution here. What we're going to do is we're going to use a tool called Postman. So if you go to Google, let me see, I already did that, but if you go to Google here and you type in Postman download and you go to this link right here, this is in the documentation, right? And you can see that we can download it for Windows, we can download it for Mac, and we can download it for Linux. Right? I already have it, but I'm going to download it anyway, just in case, so that way we can all be on the same page. I'll show you from scratch how to use this tool, Postman, right? So I'm going to download it right here, all right? And the software is available, as you can see right here in the Mac, for Mac Apple chip or for Mac for Intel. So Apple used to create Intel chips back in the days, a couple of years ago. And that's what this link is for. So if you go into your Apple computer, if you have a Mac computer like me, and you go into About page, or not About page, but About this Mac here, you can see, it can tell you what chip you have, right? For Windows, it really doesn't matter. You just go ahead to the link of the of Windows, and for Linux, just follow the Linux instructions. All right. So let's go back into the this part right here. So I'm going to choose Mac Apple chip. If you already have Postman, make sure that you update it. All right, keep it updated all the time. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. And you can see that once my computer finishes unzipping the file, I have the whole application here. And I just have to drop it into applications. And well, I already have Postman, so I'm just going to replace mine, right? So that way we can all be on the same page, just in case for those of you that don't have it. So I'm just going to open it up, double click and open it up. All right. So first of all, if you have Postman before, it's going to give you some of the history here. It's going to give you some of your last projects. It's going to show you those projects in here because it records, it has cache. So when you have cache, you know, it's going to keep the history, and it's going to keep the history right here on this tab. All right. So if you go there and you go to overview, you can see all the history that you had before there. But anyway, so Postman here, we have the ability to create workspaces. We have in those workspaces, we have the ability to create collections. And inside those collections, we have the ability to create requests. So I already have a personal workspace created by default when I installed Postman. So I'm going to choose that. Now I'm going to create a collection. So I'm going to click create collection, or I'm going to click this plus symbol or right here. But you just create collection is the best way right here. And I'm going to call this collection React.js to do app with Node.js and MongoDB. Yeah, that's kind of long, right? And press enter. Now that I have a collection, now I can add that to that collection's requests. So let's go to our app. Let me just take this off. And let's see what request we are using right now. We are using a GET request here to the main port 505, well, 5005, right? So if we go to the browser, we got to send people or the request to this address here. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to Postman, and I'm going to add a new request right here or here, okay? So I'm going to click there, and you can see that I can name my request, and I can name it whatever I want. So I'm going to say get request, enter. All right, you can see the name here, and you can always rename it as well here. All right, let me see if I can make this a little bigger. I never try to make this bigger because I can see very well from here, but some of you might not be able to see it. So I might increase my fonts later on. As you can see here, let me just increase the fonts to maybe 22. All right. You see that. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'll do it later. I've just never played around with this before. But anyway, so we got the get request. I'm going to paste that in here. Okay. And now if I go and click send, you can see that we get a response back from our computer, from our, well, not computer, from our app, from our backend, right? So we're sending stuff to this endpoint right here, which is going to be the homepage with nothing else, right? So we're sending this back into whoever's asking for it. And right now we're using Postman to do that. If we wanted to, you know, detect another post request or send a post request, another request to our application, we can use this drop down here and choose whatever request type we want, or we could just create a new tab here and, you know, click here, well, enter the URL, and you have the option to save it, okay? All right, so we got the first request here, and we're gonna play around with Postman just a little bit more later on, so that way you guys can get used to it. But this is the flow basically. So let's say, for example, you wanted to create another request. Let's go here, we can create new, click here, and you can choose the type of request that you want to create. So we're gonna create an HTTP request. And let's say, for example, we want to create another GET request, and we'll just put another different port here, or maybe we'll do contact here, right? So if we send that now, you can see that we're gonna get an error because we don't have that route in our application. So right now, if I create that route like this, and I'll put contact here, and I can say hello contact. and save it. Remember, I'm using NodeMon, so it's going to refresh my, I don't have to turn off my server and turn it back on because it's going to redo that for me automatically. So if I click send now, you can see that it says hello contact, right? So that's pretty awesome. Now I can choose to save it. And now I just got to give it a name. So I'm going to save it to this collection here, right? And I just got to give this a name, contact request, just like that. And save it. And now you can see that that has been saved. Again, you can choose this here to rename it and do whatever you want with it, delete it, duplicate it, share it, all right? So now Postman is also available online. You can upgrade or you can, manage some of your content and workspaces and requests online with their cloud services. You can look more into detail if you want to check that out, all right? But what we need it for is completely free, all right? Anyway, let's continue with our course. In the next lecture, we're gonna keep building our server a little more because we need a couple more routes to create our application in the front end. So right now in the back end, we have to finish the back end before we start with the front end, all right? So I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome to this lecture. I'm so glad that you guys are here. Really good job. Keep pushing forward, keep finishing this course. You got to do it, all right? Be consistent. That's the only way you're going to be able to finish it. Finish what you start. I always tell my students to do that. Even if you don't want to, even if you get bored, just finish it. That's going to create something in your mind that is going to make it possible for you to finish everything in your life, all right? Believe me, trust me, I know. All right, so what we're going to do in this lecture here, all right, and I thought about it for quite a bit of time, is that we're not going to finish this file 100%, right? So we still have the post request route that we need to finish, the put request, the delete request, and all that stuff. All those routes we need to finish here. But I'm not going to do that because some of you are beginners. Some of you are just starting to be an intermediate level. And if I do that, I'm going to confuse some of you. And I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some dummy content for our to-dos. And then we're going to go to the front end. And we're going to do a step-by-step. So we're going to create a route for the to-dos. We're going to get some dummy content so we can see it in the front end, right? And then we're going to keep constructing each route, each API, one step at a time. So the put requests, one step at a time, the delete requests, and so on, all right? I don't want to confuse you. I want to take this very slowly. All right. So first things first. Let's create some dummy content here so that way we can see it in the front end because I like my students to see what they're building. So first of all, let's do this. Let's initialize. And guys, most of the time, what you want to do is you want to comment this. You want to comment your code, all right? So if you go to a job and they are trying to hire you, and they ask you to write some type of code. Make sure that you always comment your code, all right? I don't do it here because I want to save time, but I'm going to show you here real quick. So with some dummy to-dos, all right? So make sure you do that, all right? Guys, I'm going to guide you through this, and I'm going to make sure that you are successful, but you have to follow my lead, all right? You have to follow what I say, all right? All right. So I'm going to create a variable here, an array, and I'm going to put some dummy content here. I'm going to put some objects inside here. So it's, this is just going to be some content so we can see it. And then this object is going to have some text. And this text, let's say, for example, it's just groceries here. And sorry about my English is not the best looking here. And my English is not very good looking. All right. And then we'll have another property here called completed. And we'll just set this to false for now. Right. And now I'm just going to copy this guy, and I'm going to do this a couple times, right? So I'm just going to copy this line here and a couple times. There we go. And I'm just going to edit this to be 2. This would be 3. And let's just put here, walk the dog. I don't have that responsibility anymore, but some of you do. I'm just going to put this to true. And let's see. This one here, a dog is a big responsibility. Reading book, finish reading book. I don't know. Napoleon Hills. Very good book, by the way. Napoleon Hills. I don't know if that's how you spell it, but something like that. All right, let me just put this. I think that's the way you do it. All right, so I'm gonna take that comma out of there, put the semicolon here, and let's continue with this. Let me see what else we can do here. Let's go ahead and instead of sending this hello world, we're gonna send JSON and we're gonna send the to-dos down. There we go. Perfect. One thing left here is since we're starting with some dummy content here, we're gonna need to make sure that when we create a Nets dummy content, when we do post requests, it starts at, the ID starts at 3, all right? Because that's the last one we got here. And you're gonna understand later on why I'm doing this, all right? Right now, we just wanna see some of this here in the front end. So we're gonna work on that, all right? And then later on, I will explain this to you guys a little more when we do post requests. Right now, this is what we got so far, and we should be ready. Let me just save this file here. We are ready. You can see now that we are getting some of this content here. All right. And this is the JSON data. All right. Remember that we are sending JSON when we hit this endpoint. So I do have a plugin that that's parsing this. So that's why you see that it looks so nice. So if I click raw, that's how you're going to see it, most of you. Right? I don't remember the plugin I have, but I think it's JSON formatted for Chrome, if I am not mistaken. All right? There are many of them like that. But as long as you see something like this here in your browser, you should be good. All right? Make sure you save your file and make sure that NodeMon is actually running. If you look at my terminal here, you can see that NodeMon is actually running. Okay? So I'm working on port 5005, but you can work on any port you want, all right? As long as it's not taken. All right, so we got that dummy content. I think we are ready to go into the front end. So that way we can see some of this stuff in our to-do app with React, okay? So I'll see you guys on the next lecture. So that way we can start seeing something. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome. So the time has come for us to start creating our front end. Now, again, like I said, we haven't finished our back end APIs yet because I want to see some things happening in the front end before we keep going. I don't want to confuse some of you. So let's go ahead and start building this front end. So we are going to be using React, of course. We could use anything else. So if we want to use Vue or, just anything else, basically, we could use. But we're going to be using React, of course. So I'm going to open a new tab on my terminal. And we got two different options when creating React applications. Like I mentioned in my other course, which is, before this one. For those of you that are a little bit confused, you should take that course, okay? It's React.js for beginners. It's available on YouTube and it's available on Coding Faculty. Now, the benefits of taking a Coding Faculty are many, including downloading the files, being able to get support from me, one-on-one support, which is priceless, by the way, and certificates, progress, reports, and a whole bunch of other things that you can access through Coding Faculty, which is super affordable, by the way. But anyway, enough with the marketing for the website, right? Let's go ahead and see the two ways that we can create React applications. The first way is the official way, which is this one here. Doing npx, which is available to us since we downloaded Node.js. And so we can say npx create -react -app and the name that we want for our React application. Now this here will create the React application with everything we need. Now I've grown to dislike this way of doing it because it's very slow and it has some little boo-boos once in a while, right? So I have learned to dislike it. So we're gonna use a different way, like I mentioned on that course. We're gonna use Vite, all right? It's spelled like this, Vite. I usually call it Vite, but it's pronounced Vite. And this is a library, right? This is a JavaScript bundler. It's going to take our JSX code or JavaScript code, and it's going to transform it into HTML and CSS, all right? So we can use this to install, actually, I think this Vite program or bundler was created by Vue. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was created by the Vue creator, this other framework besides React. But anyway, so we're going to use that. And the command here, this create command that comes from this file here at latest is going to invoke, we wanted to invoke this is going to invoke the script, and inside the script, we want this flags to be applied to that. So we're going to do --, all right? And this is just saying, hey, listen, this next command here, I want it to apply to the script that you're going to be invoking when we use this, Vite at latest. So it's going to invoke a script behind the scenes, and I want these commands to be applied to that script. If I don't do this --, NPM is going to think that I'm applying these flags for itself. So I need to do --, to say, hey, apply this next commands to the script that you are invoking, all right? So template, React. So now I could create a template for Vue as well, all right, for any other framework if I wanted to, but of course it's going to be for React, right? So now once I do that, one thing that I forgot here is that I need to make sure that I have a name for it, all right? So this would be the name for my front end, all right? So enter. And make sure that you are inside your main directory, by the way, okay? You can see that I am inside my main directory. Inside here, if you do ls, you can see that we have the server folder, and now we have a new file, a folder called client. That's where our React application is. So make sure that you are in the main root directory where we have this guy here. Don't be inside this guy. If you went ahead and installed it inside this guy, go ahead and delete it and do it over again, all right? So let's go back here, let's go inside, and let's see what we got. So now if I look in the client folder, you can see that I have my React application is here. One of the main folders that we are going to be exploring is the source folder. This is where everything is housed in, most everything basically. So anyway, we got to run some more extra command here to make sure that we are done with this. So let's go, and let me see where I am right here. And now once we do this, let's go back into the client, cd client. And in here, we got to run some commands. So we got to do npm install. All right. So that can finish installing what we need. Let's wait for it a little bit. And now you can see that it has a bunch of other packages installed there. All right. So once that's done, let's do npm and let's go back into the React, into the client folder, and let's look into the package JSON. All right. So when we click that, let me put this down a little bit. You can see it. So now if we look at scripts, you can see that we do have a script called dev. We now have another one called build, lint, and preview. Let's go ahead and start this guy here, all right? So the way we do that is do npm run, npm, let's go back here. Make sure that you are inside your client folder and do npm run dev like this. And now you can see that my front end is actually running on localhost :5173. So if I press command key and left click, it should open a window with something like this. So this is my front end, all right? So let me just copy this guy. Let me just put it here on a next tab here. There we go. So there we go. That's how it looks. Actually, hold on, right here. Sorry about that. There we go. All right, so you can see if I click here, it's working. And this is my backend. So I got localhost :5005 is my backend that's sending data as JSON, some dummy content that we have there. And then I also have the front end, which is localhost :5173. All right, and that's where my front end is actually running. So to have this application running 100%, we have to have the front end running and we need to have the back end running. All right, 2 different servers. One thing that I forgot here is to change this guy into dev. Sorry about that. I was typing in my terminal and all of a sudden my cursor was here. So make sure you have dev or just press Control Z a couple of times or Command Z to undo whatever you did. So I was just writing on the terminal, but by mistake I wrote here. So make sure that you have this script here at the beginning to say dev, D-E-V, all right? You can also run vite and it will do that. So our scripts is just running some vid commands, all right? So you can do vid or vid-vild or ESLint. Those commands are something that you can type in your terminal and it will do the same thing as this commands here with npm. But I like to run everything with npm in a script. Anyway, yeah. Make sure you save your file and you go back here, make sure that you check it and make sure everything is running smoothly. I'll see you guys on the next one. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, we're gonna start writing our code so that way we can start fetching our to-dos from our back end, from our front end, well, actually from our back end to our front end. So we have this data in JSON right now in the back end. We are using REST, the response, and the method JSON here to send those to-dos that we got here. All right, in this server.js. This is our backend. And we need to accept that in the app.js file. Now, this file can be found in the React application. So we know that the React application is inside the folder client. And then we go into the SRC, and then we go into that folder there, SRC, and we go into this file, app.js. Now, for those of you that don't know, JS means JavaScript XML. All right, this is just a mixture of everything, basically. That's what JS is. Now, we could omit the ets and just name it app.js if we wanted to. But, you know, I like to have these names here to be very descriptive on my files, because if I have JS, which I will have in here, I want the file to signify that, to relate to that. If I only had JavaScript, I will only put .js. All right? But anyway, so we need to go ahead and edit that file. So let's go into the source folder inside the client and go into app.js. And now I'm going to delete most of the stuff here because this is the stuff that we see here. We don't want that stuff. And yeah, let's just delete that. And I'm just going to put hello here and save my file. And you can see now that all I got in the front right now is just hello. All right. So I'm going to modify this a little bit. I'm going to take the vid logo, the React logo off. And I'm going to use another hook here called use effect. All right. So use effect is one of the React hooks. These are special functions that work with the lifecycle and state. And this hook here is going to get rendered, all right, every time something updates in my front end. All right. So if I add anything, if I, have anything to do with rendering our components, yeah, use effect is going to be activated. Okay. So I'm going to change this variables to be to-dos and this here to be set to-dos for my state, just like that. Okay. And initialize my state with an empty array here. Now, if you are a little bit lost, again, I'm going to recommend you guys to take my React.js for Beginners course on Coding Faculty, preferably, because Coding Faculty, of course, is my website, and you guys can support me like that, or because I can support you guys by answering questions and helping you with your code on one-on-one. All right. But anyway, you can take it on YouTube for free if you want. It's up to you. So once we have this use effect that's being imported here, I want to use it. So let's go ahead and use this hook here and use it right here. All right. Remember that it is a function. And since we have a main callback inside here to activate it, then what we do here is we use an arrow function like this. And inside here, what I want to do, remember that this is going to be activated immediately once the component is active right here. As long as you're showing something here, that's going to get render. It's going to get re-rendering any updates or any changes of the state. So I love this stuff to initialize data. So we're going to use the fetch function here, and we're going to be fetching stuff from the back end, right? So let's go into this here. Let's copy this guy, and let's just put it inside here, inside quotes, just like that. All right. And then here, fetch is going to return a promise. So we're going to chain it in here. So this is also going to bring the response. And let me see here. So this would be a callback. And what I can do, since this is only going to be one line instead of putting curly braces here, and I'm going to omit that, and I'm going to just convert this into JSON data. Simple as that. Okay. So I'm going to bring this down a little bit so that way you guys don't get confused. And let me just do that. I think my prettier, you can see the prettier extension is going to fix this later on. It's going to put it however he wants, but I want you guys to see exactly what I'm doing very clearly. So I'm going to also chain another method here, another promise. That's also going to bring me a promise, all right? So we got the promise here. We got some data. And what we're going to do is we're going to grab this data, and we're going to update our to-dos. We're going to use the set to-dos function to update our data right here. So we're going to update our state, basically, right? So we're going to grab this. And guys, those of you that are watching this and you are completely brand new to React, you're not going to understand exactly what I'm doing if you don't have the fundamentals of React. My React.js for beginners should give you those fundamentals. This is more of a beginner to intermediate. Once you know the React fundamentals, you're good, all right? So you should know exactly what I'm doing here, all right? I'm using the state, okay? And I discussed that on my other course, so that's why I always recommend that course first. All right, so once we have the to-dos, we update our state. Then what we can do is we can chain another method here, the last one, the catch method, and we can grab any type of errors that we get here, and we can just use the console to expose those to the browser, one way or the other, right? And let's just do this error right there. Let's put a semicolon there. Perfect. Since this use effect hook here is going to always keep fetching data every time something happens, what I want to do is I want to run this once when the component mounts. So when the component mounts, the first time somebody sees this component, when it first mounts, I want to get the to-dos. And for that, we put the second argument here. We put an array as a second argument right there. Okay? I discussed that in my other course, of course. And when I do save, then my prettier URL fixes this a little bit so that way you can see it. Oh, it just condenses everything a little bit. And by the way, for those of you that want to see what extensions that I got, let me see if I can show you. These are some of the installed extensions that I got. So that way you can see it better. Okay. ES7, React, HTML, CSS support. So there are some extensions that I got here that you might want to get so you can, pause the video on anything you like there. All right. If you want to follow my courses around, it's good that you have all this stuff, at least some of it. All right. Perfect. Let me come back here. All right. So now we have that part done here. We need to go and do the next part. So let's work on rendering some code here. Let's bring this here and let's work on the list. I'm going to create a UL list, another list, and some list items here. Since I want this list items to be holding my data, we're going to have multiple to-dos, right? So I want each of these to-do items to be a list item, right? So what I'm going to do right here is I want my loop to be here, right? So I'm going to do a JavaScript expression. Well, it's going to be React code, right? So we're going to say to-dos, and I'm going to map like this. And of course, I'm going to get the to-do inside here, okay? And there we go. And here, I need to have some type of expression, right? So we're gonna have some type of JSX code in here. And what I want is list item just like that, okay? Now inside here, what I wanna do is I'm gonna put this curly braces again, and I wanna bring my to-do text. Remember that's what I got right here. All right, so let's save that and let's take a look and see how that looks right here. As you can see, it looks really nice. Well, it doesn't actually look really nice, but we got the data from our backend, right? So let's recap a little bit on what we did, all right? So that way we are not lost. All right, so we're bringing the use effect hook, the React hook, to render immediately, pull the data from the backend. We're using the fetch JavaScript function to make the HTTP GET request to this port, which is the backend port right here, localhost 5005. Once we make that, we're gonna get a promise with the data, with the response. We get the response, we convert it into JSON, right? We pass this, we get the response, make sure that it's on JSON. Then we're gonna get another promise from here with the data, and then we update our state with this function here, set to dos, with the data that we're gonna get back from the server. All right? And then we also chain another method here called catch to get any errors and log it into the console, just in case. And then of course we're using the square brackets here to make sure that use effect only runs once the component mounts, all right? And then of course we are returning JSX code here, right? And you can tell it's JSX because we have these parentheses here, right? So every time you see these parentheses like that, we're gonna be able to return HTML along with JavaScript expressions, just like we're doing right here, all right? So we're grabbing the to-dos that we are getting, right? From here, right? We're grabbing that. Actually, we're using state here, but we're grabbing that to-dos, all right, that we have available, and we are mapping through it and getting the single item out, all right? And then we are just displaying the text coming from that to-do. Simple as that. Then we're gonna go ahead and play around with this and style it and just make it a little bit prettier in the coming lecture. All right, guys? Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Keep it up, guys. I know it gets kind of boring sometimes, but once you go through this, you will be able to make any application and take the net and advance your career really, really much, a lot. All right. So I'll see you guys on the next lectures. All righty, welcome. So on this lecture, we are going to be styling this just a little bit here because it looks kind of ugly. We're getting some data from the back end, but it doesn't look like anything much here. So I'm just gonna style this a little bit and show you how we do it in React, for those of you that don't know, right? Then later on, I'll show you how to apply some really cool frameworks, some CSS framework, so that way we can make it look really nice. Anyway, I'm gonna put a style tag in here, or a style property in this element, right? And what I want to do is I want to use not this double quotes or single quotes. I'm going to use this double brackets. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say list style type, and this is going to be like an object, and we're going to put none. Let's just save it and see how that works. And you can see that Node.js is doing a pretty good job. Well, not Node.js, but Vite re-rendering my front end, so that way we can see the changes happening right away. And then I'm gonna put a comma here to put the next style, and I'm gonna do padding left, and this is gonna be 0. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's looking pretty nice so far. And let's see what else. Let's do something on the, one thing that I forgot here is the key that we need, so that way React can keep track of the items inside here. So it's recommended for us to put a key here, an identifier for the loop to know exactly what's going on. So I'm just gonna put the to-do.id. I'm gonna do that, and that should keep track of each individual object in this loop. All right, so make sure that you do that. Now let's do the styling, and I'm going to do margin. Let's see. Let's do some margin top here. Margin top, I think, yeah. And let's just do 10 pixels here. Make sure you save it. So yeah, we spaced this up a little bit. That's nice. So what I want to do is I want to show a line through this if it's completed, right? So we do have that property that we can access right here called completed in our to-dos. And some of them are false, some of them are true. So if it's true, I want to run a line through it to, tell the user, hey, listen, you're done with this list, all right? This list is completed. So for that, we're going to put a line through it. So let's see. What I want to do, I want to come back here, and I want to enclose this in a span tag, right? So I'm going to get a spam and put it there. So that way, the span tag doesn't have any styles by default. Is a horizontal, it's not a black element. So I'm going to style this, and let's just write some JavaScript in here. Well, some React. And what I'm going to do, let's first work on the text decoration. Text decoration, and let's do a ternary operation here. So I'm going to say to do completed. If to do completed is true, then put a line through, just like that. If it's not, that's why we put the colon there, then do none. All right. I also want some type of pointer there for the cursor to let us know that something, it's important. So the cursor should be a pointer. All right. So this is how that looks. Let's go back in here, and you can see now that we do have a line through there. Really awesome stuff. All right. Very easy to do with React, right? Doing JS stuff. So right below this span tag here, inside the list item, I want to also put a button. So just to delete the task. Now, the to-do. We don't have an add button yet. This is just going to be rendering some data from the backend just to see it. But later on, we're going to add a button to add a to-do, right? A task. So let's create a button here. Button. And let's give it some style. Let's just call this delete. And let's see. Let's make sure we save it first. Yeah, that is nothing there going on because there we go. So each of these is gonna have a button. Let's just give it some margin to the left so that way we give it a little space. So let's do margin left, and let's do 10 pixels. And you can see now that that looks like this. Great. I think we're gonna leave it. Now we are going to be done with this lecture. Let's go ahead and jump to the next lecture. For those of you that are watching this somewhere else, go ahead and forward this or wait for the next lecture in a couple seconds. I'll see you guys then. Take care. Hey, welcome. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. For those of you that are still taking this course, that's amazing. You're going to make it very far, really, because a lot of people drop the first 2 or 3 lectures just because it becomes difficult for them or just because they get bored. And those people are going to keep jumping from one thing to the other, but you kept doing it. And I got really good hope for you guys that are on this lecture to finish the course. I'm so glad. That's good stuff. I'm proud of you. All right, so let's continue here. So we are getting some data. Right now it's time for us to start creating data or sending requests to our backend to create some data. Now, so what we need here is we need some type of input so that way we can take some text, and we need a button to submit the HTTP request that we need. So we're going to be submitting a post request this time. So we need to create that route in the server. All right. So let's go and do that. Let's go to the server.js here. And let's go and do app and post. And we're going to do, this is going to be, let's just say to-dos, just like that. All right. So we're going to have a function here, callback, and this is going to get the request and the response. I'm using arrow functions, of course. Perfect. Let's do that. And what we need right here is, let's create a constant since this is not going to change. And let's create an object with some of the stuff here that we need. So we need the ID. And what we need to do is we need to increment the ID. All right. So every time we add a new object or some new data, we need to increment the ID. One thing that I might be forgetting here is that we have the to-dos, we have the ID. Yeah, I'm not forgetting anything right now, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and increment that by 1 every time we add one. Let's do the text, and the text is going to come from the body. And remember that we are doing this, getting the body from this here, all right, from these middlewares. It's already built into this Express framework that I'm using, since I'm using a newer framework, all right, 4.16 and above. And I'm also going to have a property here, and I'm going to set this by default to be false. This property completed is going to be set to false. All right, so I'm getting this from this request, and the body, which comes from this middlewares here. These middlewares are parsing that form data or input data, and I'm getting it in this object right here. So I'm getting the text, and that we're going to get that from the input. All right. So we don't have the input yet. So we're going to grab the to-dos that we have up here. All right. We're going to have that to-dos, and we're going to push a new one in there, since this is going to be an array. All right. So we're going to push that to-do. There we go. And then another thing that I want to do is I want to send it to the front end, so that way I can always display it there. Simple as that. All right. Perfect. All right. So now that we're done with this, let's go back into the app.js file, to the app file. And what I want to do right here is create some type of input, right? So right now we don't have an input here to take a to-do list, to create a new to-do, or even a button. So we need to create those two things here. So let's go ahead and create an input, type text. Let's save that, and you can see the input there. And let's also create some type of button here that is going to be responsible for adding a new task, just like that. Let's put a style here to be margin left, and let's just put 10 pixels here, just like that. Let's go. Oops, what did I do here? Oh, forgot to put this. Forgot the curly braces there. There we go. All right. So what do we want here? We have to think very carefully here. When I put my cursor here, when I type anything, I want to grab those values and put it somewhere so I can send it to the back end when I click this button. We need to put that into a state. That's the best way to do that. So we need to create another variable that's going to hold the text there. So we could say, well, this is going to hold some text. Oops. And this is going to be setting some text, the state of that. All right. So in the input here, let's bring this down. All right. Let's put a placeholder here, and let's just say add to do. And let's see. Yeah, that looks good. And let me just bring that down and get my prettier extension is actually fixing this every time I save it. So I'm just going to finish writing it. So now I'm going to say, well, in the value, I want the text to be there, whatever the text is, right? Let me just put this empty here because you're going to get confused. Let me just go ahead and create an onChange event handler here. And let's go ahead and put an arrow function here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set the text. And how we're going to grab the text? Well, whatever we type in is available through this event and through the target value. All right. So now we can send this to our API, right, in the value right here. So that takes care of everything there. So now that that's going to be held somewhere that we can see it, right? So if you just display this like this, or not like this, let me see that. And I type in here, you can see the text that I'm actually writing. So we are tracking that, all right? So yeah, it's working. That's one way to find out, right? Let's go back into the app.js. I don't know what happened to, I guess I took it off. All right, perfect. Let's save it and make sure that everything still works. Yeah, perfect. Now, the next thing is to add an on-click here on this button. And we are going to be using a function. We're going to be creating a function in a minute that we don't have it there yet, right? So it's going to be an add to do function. And yeah, let's go into the top here. After use effect, I'm going to create this to do right here. So this function, const add to do, and we're going to make this async. All right, because we need to wait for the server to finish doing what it needs to be doing. And then we're gonna, let me see if we're gonna just do console.log, and we're gonna say text here. And let's see if we are able to see this in the log, in the console. So let's inspect it, console. And it's telling me add to do is not defined. Hopefully it's the same thing. Let me just double check to see what have I done here. Add to do. I mean, it's nothing wrong with it there. All right. And you can see that whatever I write is available. I'm gonna make this bigger, and you can see that whatever I wrote there gets added. Okay? So yeah, it's working really, really awesome. All right, so what is next? Let's go back into this code here, the add to do function here. So what we need to do here, and one thing that I noticed here is that we initialized this state here with an array. It needs to be a string actually right here. So make sure that you save that as a string, initialize it as a string, all right? So the next thing here is to use a post request, to submit a post request in order for us to catch it in the back end here. That way we can push some of this data into this array here, all right? So we're gonna do that in the next lecture because I wanna go ahead and download and use a different tool that I use all the time, different module that's gonna help us submit, requests to a RESTful API a lot better than using just native JavaScript stuff. All right, I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So it's time for us to start taking this to the next level. Are you guys ready? All right, let's do this. So we need to start submitting HTTP requests. And I told you guys that we were going to use a different package. Well, a package, because we're using the fetch, or should I say native JavaScript functions. And really, there are better packages. There are better code out there that does things a lot simpler than doing something like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to install Axios, which is a package for HTTP requests, all right? So it's a lot of benefits to using Axios over other native functionalities in JavaScript, all right? I'm not gonna go into details about, you can look that up if you want, but I'm gonna go ahead and open a different terminal here, a different window. So right here, you can see that I have my server running on Node.js, and I have Vite running on the front end. So the back end and the front end is running. My application is running like this here. All right, perfect. Now I got an extra terminal here, tab open. So I'm gonna go to client. Inside here, I'm gonna do npm I or install, all right? So you can use I as well. And you can say Axios, just like that, all right? So once it's installed, let's go ahead and add it here. Let's import it, Axios, from Axios, just like that. All right, perfect. Now we could, if we wanted to, replace all this code with Axios, and it's gonna work a lot better, all right? But not just even work a lot better, it's gonna be less code for us in here. So let's go ahead and replace this code here, because there is a lot of stuff here, a lot of chaining that I just don't like this chaining stuff too much. So I'm gonna grab this here first of all, and I'm gonna create some type of constant, some type of variable that's gonna hold that for me, because I'm using that a lot. And we want to hold it in some type of variable there, so that way we can easily catch it, right? Let's go ahead and this use effect, I'm gonna create another function here. Let's see. So I'm gonna create this function. I'm gonna call this fetch to-dos, and we'll make it async. Okay, and just like that. And here we'll have a response that we're gonna get back, and we're gonna do a wait. You should know about this already, since you're taking this class. But this is, we're waiting to get data from the server. This is not going to give me anything here unless the data is there. So we're not gonna get any errors. So we'll just do API here, URL, API URL here. And then this is gonna give me a response, and all I have to do is use set to-dos here, just like I did in my then function, my promise from the native up here. And this one would be response.data. That's how we access that. Simple as that. So X is gonna make sure that it's gonna convert all that stuff to JSON, and it's gonna give us everything we need. Instead of doing this here, what we can do now is we can take all of this off, and we can just call this function here. Right now, let me show you. It doesn't work. If I do this, you can see that we don't have anything there, right? So right here, let me see, right here, we'll put the fetch to-dos, and we'll call it. Let's go now, and you can see now that it works. So we were able to successfully replace what we had there before, now with a lot simpler code, and it's just gonna work a lot better. Look at that, how simple that looks, right? Awesome. All right, so here what we wanna do is, we already have the data in the console, right? We have it here. So if we inspect it, let's look at this, and we write something and we add it, it's available here. So it's in the state already, so we can access it. So what I want to do is, first of all, I want to check to see if I have any space in that text. So we'll just trim it if we do. And let's get a response here from Axios. Let's submit a post request actually, like this. And we'll submit it to this URL. And actually this add to do needs to be submitted to a different endpoint. So let me just go here, and I'm just gonna create a different one. As a matter of fact, I could, if I wanted to change this to say to-dos as well, right? So I can only, but I would have to change this here. like this. And it still works the same. You still get the same data, all right? I just have to use one. I could just use one variable for this instead of using two. I was gonna use a different endpoint, a different URL here, but now we could use both. They are both the same, right? Now remember that this is a GET request, so our application is gonna detect that it's a GET request, and this is a post request, even if we have the same URL address. It still works differently because this is GET and this is POST, all right? So it doesn't matter if they both say the same thing. I just wanted to simplify this. That way I can only use one variable here for both of this stuff or for anything that I have to do in my application, but mostly for this two HTTP requests, all right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the to-dos to the response.data, okay? Simple as that. Let me see. Hold on. As a matter of fact, hold on. No, we can't do that this way. We already have some to-dos in our state. So what we need to do is we need to grab whatever to-dos we have with the spread operator. We create a new array of those to-dos, and then we can add whatever new to-do comes in. Response.data. All right. So we have an array here. We'll bring in the to-dos that we already have, and we'll add it with the new one here. That's basically what we're doing. So we're going to create this new array with the to-dos that we already have and the new one that's coming in from the back end. And then we can reset the text field, the input, by doing this. Simple as that. All right. All right. Let's see if this works. So, and you can see that we don't have anything here. I'm forgetting something for sure. Right here on the second argument here that I'm going to pass into this function, it should be the text. Sorry about that. So we need to send this up there to the back end. There we go. Now it should work. All right. So let's go ahead. And if you want to delete whatever's in here, remember that this is on memory in the back end right here. Now, if you're wondering why this data stays there, it's because in Node.js, Node.js, as long as your server is on, the memory is going to have these to-dos, all right? So if we turn off the server, we turn off the Node.js, let's go into the terminal. We turn it off. We do Control-C, and then we go up again and do npm start. Come back here and refresh. You can see that nothing is there. But now I say new to-do here, and then add, and you can see the new to-do has been added. If you are a little confused, do not worry. I'm going to explain to you exactly what's happening right here. So let's recap a little bit. All right, just bear with me for a minute. All right, so what we're doing here after we click this is we send in the add to do. We activate that function, right? We execute it, we trigger it. We check to see if any space is there. If not, we trim it. And then what we do here is we send a post request in the URL with some data. This is the text that is in the state. Remember that, right? This is in the state. We already have, this could be whatever. It's a state, is a text like this. All right. So we pick this up in the server right here. You see, we increment the ID. So we're going to get a new record with ID number 4. All right. And then from the body, from that form, from whatever's coming in, from that post request, we're going to get the text that's going to come in. And we put it right here in this object. Remember, this object is being created right now. And the completed property of that object is going to be false, unless we state it. We write something else later to make it true. All right. And then we push that object that we created here into our to-dos array right here. And once we do that, we send that JSON back to the app. And when we get it back, of course, is going to trigger. This is going to be triggered, and we'll submit a request back into the server and say, hey, what's the new data? And our server is going to send it back to us, and we just update our state with that new data coming in. All right? Super, super simple. If you don't understand it, don't worry, rewind it. I meant replay the video, all right? Some of us need to replay the video and even do the code over and over again to understand it. Do not feel bad, all right? I've done this many times before when I first started. It's natural, especially when you have a lot of things to think about, right? All right, guys, it's been a pleasure. Go to the next lecture. Let's keep going. Don't be motivated, because what you're learning here is going to help you in your career. It's going to help you creating that next application that you want. This is going to work for you. I promise you. All right, just keep going. I'll see you guys on the next one. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I'm so glad that you guys are still here. All right, so in this lecture here, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and take off the boilerplate that we have here, or the dummy data from the server, right? So we have this dummy data there. We don't need it anymore since we are able to create data. So we can just empty this to-dos array, and then once we hit the node, let's just refresh here, and you can see that we don't have anything there. But we are able to create records, and if we refresh, it stays here. That's great. Now, one thing here that I haven't shown you is how we can do this using Postman. Even though I did give you a little brief introduction into how to use it, I want to show you how we can do post requests in here. We're using Postman. So I'm going to open Postman, all right? And let me see if I can make this bigger. There we go. It is actually, right? So one thing that you have to make sure here is that the URL has changed. So instead of being just a port, we can just do to-dos here, and you can see that here will give me the to-do, right? So after the port number /to-dos. All right. So right now we only have one to-do, and let's create another one using Postman. So let me show you how that works. So let me go ahead and close that. And what I want to do is, first of all, I want to create another request here. I'm going to call this, I'm going to choose post. And let's go back into this one. I'm going to copy this guy, make sure that we are also updating this one here, and save it. Save that one, because we have this new text here. And now we're going to paste that in here, and we're going to make sure that it goes to to-dos. And let's go to headers. And in here, we need to put the content type. So you start writing it, and you can see the pre-filled information here. Just choose that one. Actually, hold on. Is content type. This guy right here. And then the value, this one would be application /JSON. Perfect. Once you have that, let's go into the body, and let's choose raw here, and let's just leave it as JSON here. And if you have text, just make sure you just put JSON. What I want to do, I want to go to this to-do here, and I'm going to copy this JSON from the raw here, just like that. I'm going to copy just the content in between the curly braces, not the array. And let's go back into Postman, and I'm just going to paste that in here, and I'm going to put a different ID, like 7, and I'm going to put here a different text coming from Postman, just like that. And I'm going to put this to be true. All right, just to change it up a little bit. That's it. I'm going to click send. And now you can see now that we have a response. And if you see something like this, it means it actually worked, right? Actually, even if I put it true, it came out to be false, because I think that's how I have it in the back end, right? As a matter of fact, yeah. Let's just come back here and refresh. Text coming from Postman. And one of the reasons why we only have the text and not the completed being changed is because we only have that in the server. We only updating the text. We're not updating anything else right now. So let's go into the server, and let me show you. Right here, when we are, yeah, right here, you can see that. We're not getting anything else from the requests. All right, so these are static data here. Okay, So that's one of the reasons. So if you go back to Postman, you don't even actually need an ID. Right here, you don't need that. Well, hold on. Right here, we don't need that an ID because that's going to be taken care of itself. And you don't need to complete it either, right? You just need the text. So let's just put number 10 here and send that. And you can see that that changed. Let's go back in here and refresh, and you can see that changed as well. Awesome, right? So that's how you do it with Postman. Really awesome stuff. So we're going to leave this lecture, you know, very easily, very small, and jump into the next lecture where I'm going to show you how we can start deleting the data here. All right. So I'll see you guys in a few seconds. Alrighty, guys, welcome to this lecture here. We're going to learn how we can delete some of this data here by sending an HTTP request to our backend, of course, from the front end. All right, so in the server.js file, we're going to create a different route here. And this is going to be a delete route. If I can get this right, that would be awesome. All right, let's do this. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to say to-dos, and we're going to use colon to signify or to reflect that we need to take a parameter. The parameter is going to be an ID. An ID is going to come from the front end, that way we can catch it here and, you know, filter out that data. And let me show you, delete that data in a way. So let's go ahead and put the code back here and do this. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the to-dos from right here. We're going to assign it to another variable here, to-dos, right? But we're going to override this. We're going to filter out basically what we have already, right? So filter, we're going to use filter function here. And, you know, we're going to get a to-do. And let's just use an arrow function here. And we're going to say very simply, and this is something that we do in JavaScript all the time. So if you know regular JavaScript, this is very simple stuff. So we're just going to grab this ID, and we're going to say if it's not equal to the ID that's going to come in, which is in the params ID. This is how you get it, right? We get this from the body, remember, all right? From the form. So we access this object, params, and then we get the ID that's going to come in, which is this guy here. Right? That's from the params. That's from the query string, right? Well, it's being parsed from this guy's here, right? So this is taken in the query string up there somehow. So we need to reflect that. If we are using Postman, then, you know, in Postman, you need to put that ID on the URL on top in order for this to work. All right, so it's coming from the URL, and now what we do is we send the JSON back with some type of message. Let's just send message, and we just say to do delete it. All right, so let's go back to Postman. Let's test this real quick to see if it works before we write any React code. All right, so what I want to do is I want to open Postman here, and let's go ahead and restart our server. Actually, let's go into the server.js. Let's go into the terminal here. Let's open the terminal. And I'm going to just restart. What I want to do, first of all, before I do that, let's go ahead and put this into 0. Let's update this value, this ID to 0, and let's save our file. And let's go back into the server, and let's just refresh here. Refresh here. Now we have nothing there. Let's go ahead and create a new to-do, groceries, add. Now let's come back here and refresh. Make sure that you have the updated URL on top, all right? So now we start from ID 1. Now we can go ahead and open up Postman. So the GET request, make sure that you have your to-dos here, your URL, the one that you should have, and do it again, that you can see now that you have the new data. To post a new to-do, right? So now that we have that, let's just come back in here and let's just make sure that it is, we can just copy this guy. And let's go to Postman again. And let's update this guy here. I'm just gonna paste that in there. And this actually should just take the text. That's all it should do. And everything else is gonna be, you know, done for us. So we're gonna say buy new car for our new to-do, and let's just send that in. And you can see that that one has an ID of 2 now. So if we go back to our application, we refresh, and we can see that new to-do. And if we go back here, we can see that new to-do there as well. Great. So now we want to delete this stuff here. So we're gonna create another, and make sure that you save this as a post request. So, well, the post request, make sure you save it so that way you can always use it. So just name it post request or save to do. I'm just gonna name it post request, right? And that's saved so that you can always close it and use it whenever you want. So I'm gonna go ahead and open a new tab. I'm gonna choose this from the drop down. I'm gonna choose delete. I'm gonna use the same right here, URL, but I'm gonna put / and then I'm gonna put an ID of one of them. So I have number 1 and 2, right? I wanna choose, I'm gonna delete the second one. So when I submit this delete using Postman, I wanna delete this guy here. So let's go ahead and do that. So number 2, I'm gonna pass in here that ID, number 2. You can see it there, all right? Number 2. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna press send here. And you can see that it says to do deleted. Now, of course, I misspelled that. That's okay, I guess. I messed up there. But anyway, so let's go back in here and let's refresh. And you can see that that to do is done, right? So very, very simple to do. Well, we create to-dos and it's very simple to do. Wow, you get it? All right, I'm glad you got it. All right, so now we know that our API actually works. This endpoint here for deleting works. So now we can go into the, here, we can go to our front end and we can start building this stuff. So first of all, before we create any functions or anything like that, what I want to do is I want to create a button here. Well, I already have a delete button. So we need to add an event handler here. So when we click here, we submit some type of request. So let's go ahead and say on click, right? Very similar to native attribute on click, but we have the uppercase C here, if you notice. And then here, we're going to have a function, arrow function, and we're going to say, well, I want to access some type of function called delete to do, which I don't have yet, but I'm going to create one in a minute. And this one here, we're going to take in the to-do ID, all right, which we get from this guy here, from the to-dos. So we'll submit that into that function. And let's go ahead and create that function on top here, right below this one here. So let's do const. There we go. And let's make sure that this is async as well. And we're going to take in the ID. That's what we're taking in. There we go. All right. So we use a wait here. And let's use Etios again to submit a delete request. And we're submitting a delete request to the API. Let's just actually use tilde here. Not tilde, ticks. And let's use this to put the API URL that we have on top along with the ID. So yeah, like this. And oops, right here. There we go. And this would be the ID. Let me see if that actually makes sense. All right, URL. Yeah, that looks like it's going to work. All right, and let's change the state to filter out to-dos, filter to-dos, and in here, we'll have a to-do that if it's not the same as this guy, then we don't want it, right? As the one coming in. So yeah, that should work. Let's see. Yeah, let's see if that works. Let's go and add something there, add another one, and then click here, and voila, done. Beautiful. Look at that. It's working awesomely. Guys, if you were able to make it work, pat yourself in the back. All right, so as you can see, we refreshed, the data is still there, and it's still there. Awesome. We learned quite a bit on this lecture, right? I hope you guys are really excited. You're learning really cool stuff here, guys. I'm telling you, all right? All right, so let's continue building this, and let's keep progressing on this course. Take a little break if you've been coding over an hour, and then come back, all right? So you feel a lot better, a lot more refreshed, and let's keep going, all right? Don't forget, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So we are able to do 3 parts of the CRUD. We're able to see or read some type of data. We're able to add or create data, and we are able to delete data. Now we need one more part of the CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. We need that update request. So I'm gonna do something a little bit unorthodox, and I'm gonna start from the front end. So that's where I'm going to start building this. Now, usually when you become really experienced, you start from the back end, right? That's what I do. But since I want to, create a little bit more excitement, and I want to change things a little bit so you guys don't get bored, and, I just want to kind of like stretch your brain a little bit, we're going to do things a little bit different here. So what I want to do is that I want to add an on-click event here. When I click on this one here, I want to send an HTTP request to the backend to make this property completed to be true. And once it becomes true, I want to fetch the new data from that request and fetch the new data so that way this can become underlined. All right, so it updates my UI or my front end. So let's get to work. So let's see. So this is what the text is. And let's add right here. Let me add it right here. Let me add right here on this span tag, actually. Let me add an on-click right here. And this is going to be a function that we don't have yet. I'm going to call this toggle complete. I'm going to create that function right now. And we're going to pass in the ID. Simple as that, right? There we go. I'm going to put this on the span tag, all right? Okay. All right. Save that. And here is where I'm going to create this function. All right. So let's go and do this toggle complete. And of course, this is going to be a sync. We're going to get the ID. And let's just do a console here real quick and see if we can get the ID at least here. All right. All right. Let's inspect this console and, oh, sorry about that. When we click here, you can see the ID. There we go. Perfect. All right. So what do we want to do? Let's see. So first things first, I want to find the to-do. So let's create a variable here. That way we can save that to-do. So let's go ahead and use find method. And let's find the to-do. And we're going to say if the to-do ID, okay, that's inside my to-dos, is the same as this ID, then I found the to-do. This ID right here, right? Then that would be my to-do. So I'm just going to do console.log. Guys, and you can do this in your You can use Postman if you want, right? So keep that in mind. So if I click there, you can see that it finds the to-do and we get the whole to-do. That's awesome. All right. So once we have it, what do we need? We need to send a request. So let's just leave that there. And let's just save the response like we always do. And let's do await, Etios, and let's do put, all right? Since we're going to be updating, let's use the text here and let's do something very similar to what we did here. Right there. Actually identical to what we did there. And then I'm going to grab the second here argument and we're going to pass in some data. What is the data I want? Well, we want to update this completed and we want to make sure that we toggle it. So we do, as long as that's not the to-do completed, like this. And this is how you do it. That's how you reverse that. So basically, if it's completed, then it's gonna uncomplete it. And if it's uncompleted, it's gonna complete it. Basically, that's what we are doing here. All right? All right, perfect. Let's continue. All right, so next step, right inside this function here, in the toggle complete, let's go ahead and update our state, set to-dos. All right, so we're gonna use the function here. And inside this function, let me put a semicolon here. And then inside here, what I wanna do, I'm gonna bring this down a little bit so you can see it. I wanna grab my to-dos, I'm gonna map through it. So we're gonna loop through it, and we're gonna find the to-dos that we have in there, in that state. Now, I'm gonna compare this, the IDs, and I'm gonna make sure that when we compare this ID, I'm gonna make sure that it matches, all right? So let's make sure that we find it to do. So let's do td.id equals the ID. And if it does equal the ID, then I'm gonna grab the spread operator, all right? And I'm going to copy over everything to a new array, right? So we're gonna leave all the properties the same. And then we're gonna override. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm gonna grab all the to-dos the way they are, and I'm gonna override, well, that specific to-do. I'm gonna override the completed property right here. And I'm gonna override it with the response data completed that we're gonna get from right here, all right? So whatever that is, completed. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to return the to-do. If it doesn't, I'm gonna return the to-do the way it's supposed to be. Let me just come back here. Let me, actually this here, oops. What am I doing here? Sorry about that. It goes here. There we go. That goes there. All right, so now you can see it, right? So I'm gonna recap that a little more, but we should be fine. I mean, let me just put a semicolon here. Actually, hold on, let me see this. Let me make sure that I have this down pack, right? It looks like it's gonna work, it's fine. It's fine, all right. So it's just that my prettier extension here is just making it a little bit hard to, a little easier to understand this way. But anyway, so let me recap on what we did, all right? So we're gonna grab our state, right? And we're gonna loop through the to-dos that we already have. So with this function here, we're gonna set that new state. We're gonna override it. We're gonna update it. So we're gonna loop through the to-dos. We're gonna compare the to-do that we bring back from the server with the to-do that we are clicking on, right? We're toggling. And then we're gonna bring this, whatever properties we have from that to-do, right? We're gonna bring that over to this new array, new object that we're gonna be creating. And we're gonna override the completed one for that specific to-do with what we get from the response, all right? From the data that we get from the response. All right, that's if they match, right? If they are the same. If not, we're gonna leave it the way it is. All right, we're gonna bring back that to do. All right, so we're gonna leave things unchanged. Simple as that. All right, so now we're done with this. Now we gotta go into the back end, and we gotta make sure that this actually works in the back end, right? So let's go and make sure we save it. We have no errors here. Yeah, you can see now that, all right, so let me, computer properties, console. All right, so we got no errors here, as you can see. Perfect. All right, let's go into the back end and let's finish this. All righty, and right here, actually, we're gonna put this before the delete. And let's do put, just like this. Now, of course, I'm expecting this to be to-dos. I'm expecting some type of ID. And the callback is gonna have, of course, the request and the response. Simple as that. Very simple, right? So first things first, let's grab the to-do. From this to-dos, let's find that to-do that we are requesting, right? So we're coming from the front end with an ID. And this ID, we're gonna find the to-do inside this to-dos array here. We're gonna find it. It's somewhere in memory, okay? So just like we did before, down here, we're gonna find it, well, up here, I think we did. Anyway, so we're gonna find the to-do, we'll bring it here, and we're gonna say, hey, let's compare the ID. So this to-do ID, if it's equal to whatever comes from the parameters, the query string, like this, that should be my to-do. So if I find the to-do, then we're gonna grab the to-do completed, and we're gonna override that, but let's go ahead and do this here. We're gonna say access the body, right? That's the data that's gonna come in. And we're gonna say if it's not undefined, all right? Because we're gonna get that in JavaScript, right? It's gonna be undefined. Then what I want to do is grab the body and assign the completed, right? That whatever comes back from there. If it's not undefined, if it's undefined or, all right, hold on. Let me recap a little bit, right? So here, what we're doing here, very simply, we're saying, listen, if whatever comes from the body, right, the completed property, if it's not undefined, go ahead and assign that data, right? That's great. That's the new data. If else, what we want to do is we want to grab the to-do completed and just leave it the way it is right there. Okay? Because we're just gonna leave it unchanged. Perfect. Now, what else we need to do here? Let's grab the text right here, and let's grab that from the body. Body that text, or we'll put the text here. All right. So if we also have to check this, because if we have a different, right now, if we are doing this here, right, and we're toggling this, we also have to make sure that we update the this guy right here. All right. As a matter of fact, we don't have the text yet. We're gonna do that later. So let's just omit this right now. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go ahead and return this in JSON. And let's do an else statement here real quick. And let's just check. I want to show you how to do this. And let's just check to see if the status is 404, because sometimes it is 404. And if it is, then we'll send a message and we'll say that we didn't find the record, right? To do not found, just in case. All right. All right, let's do this. Refresh. Let's do groceries, add, and then when we click here, let me see what errors I'm getting now. I wrote a lot of code here without checking with my, all right, HTML. So that's what that is. Bat requests. I see that. All right, let's go back into the front end because we're not sending a request. I just remember that the right way here. Something is happening. So let me see what's going on here. Let me look at this really properly. And it says status 500. So the put request, this here does not exist. All right, so that's what's going on here. So if you look at this here, and I will, you can see that it says that this here, whatever URL is not found, or the ID is not found. All right, so what I'm gonna do right here is not finding, this is not working here. It's like, it looks like it doesn't work. So that's because this is not working here for some reason. So to-dos, ID, let me go ahead and reset this stuff. When you have a problem, sometimes things are not perfect. That you can see right here, I'm getting errors here in my NodeMon. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm going to do Control-C, I'm gonna do npm start again. You can see that it works now. So now I'm going to clear that up, and I'm gonna click here and see what the problem is. So now we can get this 404 not found. That's our own errors that we are sending through, all right? So sometimes when this happens, instead of, thinking that everything's perfect, just go ahead and reset your server or restart your servers. All right, so we're sending that ourselves because this doesn't exist. All right, for some reason, it's not finding that to do. So that's number one, actually. Let's refresh, and you can see that we don't have any to-dos, and it's trying to find this here. So let's refresh, and everything should be good to go now. So let's do test, add, and now if I click here, you can see it says 500 now. So it's not finding this. React.js is not a function. All right, so that's the problem, all right? All right, so you see how I found it, right? I went to preview and I got this type error here. So let's go into here and let's see what's going on. So it says this is not a function, and that was my mistake right here. All right? All right, perfect. So now it should work. All righty, console. Now let's do test, add, and click here. And it says in promise reference TD is not defined. Perfect. That is in promise. That is in the app.js here. So we have TD somewhere here. Right here. Perfect. Now it works. Yeah. So a couple mistakes here, but it's working, all right? And now if I refresh it, you can see that that data stays the same and everything just works. Now I'm gonna leave this lecture here because I want you guys to understand that when you see, some instructors creating applications that they don't make a mistake, most of the time they're gonna be editing the video just to show you guys that they are perfect. We are not perfect. We do make mistakes. We code a lot, right? And sometimes when you code a lot, you just don't see the mistakes you make because you are so far gone in the day, right? So tired. And I've been coding for over 8 hours already. So let's recap on what we did, okay? So we do have a onClick here, right, on this span tag that triggers this function. We're gonna take in the ID. As you can see right here, we grab the ID and we find the to-do from the state. Then we assign this variable to hold that to-do. And what we do here is we send an HTTP request to a put request to our server, to our backend with the ID, okay? And with this property. If it's not completed, we will complete it. If it's completed, we will uncomplete it, right? That's what we're doing here. That's the type of data that we're sending to the backend. We're grabbing that ID right here, and we are using it here to compare it. Compare what we have in our array, in our server. At this point, right here, we're comparing the ID. If it's the same as we are getting from the parameter, then we found the to-do, and we assign it to this variable. Then we're checking here, and we're saying, hey, if you have the to-do, okay, I want to execute this code here. And what we're saying here, we're saying, listen, if the body completed, it's not undefined, I want you to grab the data that's coming in from that request and place it in here. That data is going to become available as this variable right here. Well, it's going to override this guy here. Else, assign what you already have to this guy here. All right? So basically what we're doing is we're overriding whatever we have here in this to-do. All right? And then we're sending the data, the to-do, back into the front end. So we can always catch it here in the response. All right? Basically. And then once we send that data back, okay, remember that we're always updating stuff here. We're always fetching the to-dos. Once we have that data, all right, let's come back here. We are grabbing the set to-dos function. We're mapping through what we have on the state and our to-do state, and then we're comparing here whatever we pulled in from the state. We are, putting the properties that we already have there. We're pre-filling that, whatever we have, but we are overriding this one here with whatever response we get back from the server, whatever response back we get from here, which is coming from this guy here. Okay? Else, all right, we're just returning a 4.4, which you already saw if we don't find the to-do in here when we are searching. And that's basically it, guys. And all the errors that I created, that I made, are something that happens once in a while. So don't feel bad if it happens to you. It's okay. It happens to all of us. All right. So we finished that part. We got a couple hiccups there. We're not perfect again. And make sure that your code looks like mine. Condense your code a little bit so that way everything works nicely. All right. Now, if you guys want the code, remember that the code is available at codingfaculty.com in the course itself, in the lectures. All right. You can download the videos. You can ask for support here most of the time. So you guys are welcome to ask me any questions on Coding Faculty, of course. YouTube is going to be a little hard for me to answer questions because I have so many students. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome. Amazing. You are amazing. Why am I saying this? Because you made it this far. Really good job. I'm really proud of you guys. Seriously. Now, what we're going to be learning on this lecture, starting on these lectures, are super important. It's super important for every developer out there that's learning how to create full stack applications. Though the full stack skills are going to be priceless in your career as a developer. Now, so far, we have been creating data, right? That every time we turn off our server, our Node.js server, it gets resetted, right? It gets reset. So right now, if I turn off my server, I will lose all this data. That is not the best way to deal with applications, right? We want this data, even if we turn off our server and we turn it back on, we want the same data back on again, right? So we need to put this in a more permanent state. So we need to persist this data somewhere where it stays the same all the time. Even if we turn off the server and turn it back on, it will always be the same. We need a database. Now, there are many different options to connect to a database. In a Node.js, well, in JavaScript applications like this one, a full stack application, we have some popular databases that we can connect to. I'm gonna actually describe a couple of them to you, and I'm gonna tell you the one that we are going to be using and why we're using that. All right. So first of all, we got the most popular database out there, which is MySQL. All right. As you can see here, it says it's widely used, it's a relational database, right? So it's very supported out there. And the performance is really good, it's really strong, it's been around for a long time, all right? And this is what we use most of the time when we want our data to be very precise, and we don't want to deal with making structure for our data. We want our data to be always some type of data, like a number or string, or we want our data to be a certain type. By default, MySQL is going to help us structure our data a lot better. This is used a lot in PHP applications, all right? Now, Postgres, all right, is another SQL database, all right? So this is used mostly in businesses, all right? Really advanced features, and it also has a very strict SQL standard, all right? So this is very similar. Now, keep in mind that when you see SQL, you have to learn this syntax here to learn this database, how to manage the queries here, especially creating the CRUD, basically creating, reading, updating, and deleting data. You have to learn this syntax here, all right? This SQL syntax. All right, so just keep that in mind. And by the way, SQL means structure query language. So this is a different type of language that you need to learn. Now, it's not that big of a language, but if you want to do really advanced things, you got to take a course on SQL, just to keep that in mind, all right? So now we come into the NoSQL databases, all right? NoSQL databases is the opposite of what this is, right? There are no structures, there are no rules unless you set the rules. And we have some plugins, some extra code that we can apply to this type of database just to make sure that it, adheres to some standard. Just like this one, by default, you have to put the data in a type, but this one here, you can just play around with data however you want. You have more flexibility. And one of the great things about this language here is really fast. And when you are playing with data, you are playing with documents. You are playing with JSON data, very similar to JavaScript stuff, right? JavaScript objects. So this one here is the preferred way to deal with JavaScript applications. And this is the one that we are going to be using, all right? Now, the next one here you're going to have is SQLite. SQLite, very similar to the structure query language here. Very similar. As a matter of fact, is actually, if you know structure query language, you should be able to do this one. It does have different names for things, but this is very easy. And when you're using this usually I use this to test my applications. So when you use this type of database, you don't have to install anything in your system most of the time. What you do is you install the driver in your application, and then once you create some type of record, your application will create a file inside your project, and you could put things in there permanently, but it will stay in your project in a file. This here, on the other hand, you have to install something in your computer, in your operating system. You have to install the database itself, all right? But this, you do not have to do that. You install the driver, and the driver will create a file with some structure, documents there that you can use. Not documents, but some structure. It's actually, everything is a text, right? But you have more structure here, and it's lightweight, so it's very fast. Anyway, this here is mostly used for memory to deal with making your application faster by caching information, session management, and some analytics. So Redis is not used for like things like MongoDB or SQL, but it's usually used more for caching purposes and session management, all right? MariaDB is another relational database, but this is like MySQL, but it's community driven. So you're gonna see this a lot more than MySQL, because it's on top of MySQL with extra features that are developed by the community, all right? Then you have Microsoft SQL, all right? So if you know SQL syntax, structured language syntax, query language syntax, then you should be able to do this one here. But this is used with Microsoft servers, all right? And then you have another one here that's becoming very popular when we deal with a lot of data. And this is a NoSQL database. This is called Cassandra, all right? So now that I've given you an introduction into this database, to the database that we can connect to and we can play around with, we're gonna jump into the next lecture where we are gonna start connecting or seeing how we can use MongoDB. And by the way, guys, if for some reason you guys did not install MongoDB when we first started this course, go ahead and do that now, all right? So I want you to go into the blog.coding faculty, all right? Very easy to find. I'll probably put a link somewhere in the description. And go into this here, into this post here, how to find if MongoDB is installed, all right? So maybe you have already MongoDB installed in your computer. Go ahead and go to this here and check to see if MongoDB is installed in your operating system, all right? So I'll put some instructions here on this website. Follow it. If you do not have MongoDB installed, I want you to scroll all the way down and click on this link here. This is going to take you to the website where you can download it for your specific system. If you have any issues downloading MongoDB in your operating system, go back into the blog right here, and here's another link which should make it easier, all right? And here you can click on whatever your system is with some instructions, all right? So I like this a lot better than the one before because this has instructions. So you can just go back and you can see how you install it for Mac operating system, which most of the time you're gonna be using Homebrew for that. All right, so the instructions are pretty clear here. All right, so I'm not going to do that and install it with you guys just because all of you are using different systems. You're probably using a Linux system or Mac OS or Windows, and this is not very hard to install, all right? There are many instructions out there. And this here is the best website to find how to install it, all right? But if you have any issues, there are many different, articles out there that can help you. But go ahead and make sure that MongoDB is installed by going to the blog.codingfaculty.com and visiting this post here. Find out. If it's not installed, click one of these links here. Anyway, let's go to the next lecture and let's learn how to do this. How to connect our application with a MongoDB database. I'll see you guys on the next following lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So you made it this far, great. So on this lecture here, we're gonna learn how to use the MongoDB database. Now, we're gonna connect it and we're gonna learn how to use it. We're gonna connect it to our application if we have time. If we don't have time, we'll jump into another lecture. But here's the deal right now. You need to find out if your MongoDB database is on, all right? So now, those of you that installed it from my recommendation on the last lecture, from my instructions, and you installed it, just make sure that it is on. So go to your terminal and type in Mongo SH like this and enter. Now, if you see something like this and you see some type of prompt here, and you can say show DBs like this, and you can see some databases in there, then your database is actually installed and it's actually running. If you see some type of error, then you're gonna see that it might not be running or you might not have the database installed, all right? You can see that this is my database here. Now, where we are right now, this is the shell of MongoDB. So we are able to log into a command line interface and we are able to execute some commands. So I'm able to even do the CRUD here, create, read, update, and delete. And most databases have something like this, all right? So I'm able to use the database, like let's say use to-dos here. I'm able to do that. And you can see now that I am in the side of to-dos. I can show any collections that this database have, like this, right? And I could access the database and create collections, create a whole bunch of different data, and delete data, update data, read data, do whatever I want with data. Let me just exit this here because I already verified that it is on and connected. Another way to find out is if you downloaded Compass, which I recommended in the beginning of this course. All right, I gave you all the tools necessary there in the beginning. All right, told you the instructions. So right now, this is a GUI, right? Well, this is a graphical user interface for MongoDB. This is the best one. This is the official one. So make sure you download and you have MongoDB installed. Make sure you have a connection. If you don't have a connection, create one, just very simply by doing that, plus symbol, naming your connection, and clicking save and connect. All right, that should give you a pretty good indication if it's already on. All right, and then you should have your connection here. You can see that mine was not connected, and now it's connected to my MongoDB. Now, MongoDB is installed in my operating system. That's where it is, and it's running in the background. All right, so when it's running, I'm able to do different things, but if it's disconnected, of course, I'm not able to do things. Right now, it's running no matter what I do. I'm just connecting it to the MongoDB Compass, right, to the GUI. So anyway, I'm gonna put that down, and let's go into our application right now, and let's install it first of all, because we have to install it, and then we got to connect it. So we're gonna do. Actually, hold on. We already installed that. What I want to do is we have a couple different ways of actually connecting to it. We could, if we wanted to, use the driver, the native driver for MongoDB. And that's a module that allows us to, of course, connect to MongoDB and do different things, which is called MongoDB. That's the driver name, but we're not going to be using that. So the driver, we can install the official driver like this. Install MongoDB, just like that. This is the official driver. Now, I don't like this one because this one is just takes a long time to do anything with it, to create data, to read data, to do the CRUD. All right, when I said the CRUD, you know what I mean, create, read, update, and delete. So it takes a long time to do all those things. We have something else called Mongoose. Mongoose, and that's what we're gonna be installing. Mongoose, like this, all right, is a an object data modeling library for Node.js, right? So it's gonna provide for us schema-based solutions to work with MongoDB. In other words, it's gonna be a tool that defines schemas. It's gonna define our data, and it's gonna provide very easy methods for doing the CRUD. That's what we want. We want to install this package that is gonna give us extra layers of tools that make it easy for us to develop applications. So we're gonna install Mongoose, and let's do that right now. Right here, let's just go Mongoose. Let me see, Mongoose. Let me see if I can spell it correctly. And let's do that right now. There we go. So now it's installed in the server side. Remember that. So let's clear that. And now let's go in here and let's bring it down here. I'm gonna bring it right here. So I'm gonna do Mongoose require and right here. So I'm gonna name it Mongoose here just so that you guys know. Usually you can name it whatever you want, but I'm gonna name it Mongoose. So let me just put the semicolon there and just to make sure. All right. So now MongoDB has a special port that it connects to. Let me see. This is Express right here. I'm gonna put this here, and I have all this. Yeah, I'm gonna put it right here on top. It's very. I'm gonna do it before the middlewares. All right, right after this one here. So you can put a comment here. Connect to MongoDB. All right. So I'm gonna create a constant here to have the MongoDB URI here. I'm going to give you guys the URI. So it's going to be MongoDB : this is going to be the address that we connect to when we're using our application. This is the port. The default port is 27017. And you can see that right here. As a matter of fact, when you're creating a new connection in Compass, you can see that port right here. So you can copy that. Actually, you don't have to click any of those things there. You can copy that and paste it here if you want. So just to make it easy for you guys, so you guys don't make a mistake. Because if this is wrong, this is not going to work. So we know that we want to create a database called To-Dos. We already have one there. So let me just make sure that I delete mine. So let me show you how you can delete any database you have in here with the console. Right? So let's go Mongosh. Let's log in. You could, if you wanted to, drop it from the Compass right here. Right? So you can grab this and you could delete it if you want right here very easily. So let's do that here. To-Dos, drop database right there. All right. So now I could continue with this one here. I'm just going to name my database To-Dos, just like that. Now we have this MongoDB URI or URL. Actually, URI is actually better. All right. So now that we have that, we're going to grab the Mongoose from the top here. All right. And we're going to access this connect method, just like that. Now we're going to access the Mongo URI. That's the first argument that we pass into this function. And then we're going to pass this object. We're going to put this property here called new URL. Let me see, new. Let me see if I remember, new URL. Let me see something here. I'm not getting my pre-filled information here, which is weird. So it's not actually giving me the options. Now, this option here that I'm going to put, I'm going to make it true here. This one here is for older MongoDB drivers that use a deprecated URL. So this could lead to bugs and deprecated warnings. So when we do something like this, this is going to help us out in our application with those deprecated warnings. It also is going to force Mongoose to use the MongoDB drivers, all right? So it does a couple different things here. Now, there's another option here. Let me see if I have it. It's called, now I'm seeing the option here for the parser, right? This one is called, let me see if I remember. Usually I have this and I copy and paste it. I don't play around with this too much. Unified, actually is unified like this. Use unified topology, I believe. Topology, yeah. And then just make this one true here. So use unified topology. Guys, for those of you that are wondering, all this code is at Coding Faculty. You can download it and, you know, all the code works 100%, all right? It's going to be my code. So just for your information, for those of you that are in Coding Faculty, look for somewhere in the beginning of the course in the beginning lectures for all this code, all right? If you are in Coding Faculty. Anyway, so once we pass this, then we are good to connect. So let's connect a promise here. So make sure that if we have any errors, we could detect it. But let's also connect it, another promise here to let us know if we are connected. First of all, let's find out if we are connected. So let's do console.log and let's do MongoDB connected. Connected. Let me just do that. Connect. All right. And then let's put a catch here. This one here, let's just look for errors here. And sorry for those of you that don't have a lot of patience when I'm explaining things. I have to do that because I know there are many of you that want some type of explanation on some of the things that we're doing, right? Especially when we are learning this stuff from scratch, right? So I know that some of you don't have that patience, but please bear with me, okay? There are some students that actually want that information. So I'm going to save that. And we should be good with this here. All right, I'm just verifying this a little bit here just to make sure that it works. If we have any errors, we will find it and we will get some type of feedback, right? So yeah, let me come back here. Let's go into the terminal. Let's do exit here. Let's go into Node.js, and you can see now that it says MongoDB connected. All right, so we are connected. We should be good. Let's go to Compass real quick, and let's connect into Compass, and you can see that we are connected. Really cool stuff. All right. Well, we don't have the database yet here, but once we start creating records and playing around with it, you're gonna see this here. All right. Let me come back here and let's click here and let's refresh the database and make sure that we are connected to the latest data. All right, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next lecture where we are going to be doing some more extra things with this database, right? When we're gonna start creating the schema and doing some extra things that allows us to take it to the next level. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I'm so glad that you're still here. The last lecture, I did, talked a little bit, I think too much, right? On some of the things that, that probably you guys don't need to understand right now. And sometimes I get carried away a little bit with explaining every little thing that I'm actually doing. I know some of you just want to get going and build applications, but there are some things that you need to know. Right? So these things here, like I said before, they're just making our application, our connection a lot better and working with some older code for MongoDB, all right? And improving some of the connections and some of the queries and things like that. So some of these options here are just to make our application better when dealing with database, MongoDB, all right? So we have other options, but we're just gonna use this for now, all right? If anything, we'll update it in the future, all right? So now that we are connected to our application, we need to build some type of structure, just like SQL database. We need some type of structure for our data, all right? Let's see what we need right now. We have basically two properties that we need to deal with, two type of data, right? That are going to be changing all the time. Our ID is gonna be taken care of by Mongoose. We're gonna have an ID created automatically every time we create a record. Very similar to what we have with auto increment in SQL. So we don't have to worry about ID, but we need to worry about the text and we need to worry about this property completed, all right? So we need to build some restrictions for those there so that way our data is actually more reliable. So let's go and build a schema. That's what we call it. And this is just gonna be basically the structure. So we're just gonna say to do schema, and the schema is just a blueprint for the data, all right? And we're gonna use a new instance here of Mongoose to do this. And this is why I love Mongoose. We don't have this ability when we do the MongoDB driver. The official driver doesn't have this. And this is very useful, all right? So we're gonna access the method schema, and then here we're gonna pass an object with some options. Simple as that. And what we wanna do is wanna say, well, the text, we want the text to have certain things. We want the type to be a string, first of all. It needs to be a string. If it's not a string, then we don't want it. Then we always need it to be required, right? So when we are typing this in here and we submit it, we don't want this to be blank. We want this to have some type of data when we are inserting this in the database, right? Or trying to. So require, and we'll just say true here. Right, and as you can see here, this is different than the other true, which is this guy, right? So that, perfect. And that's it for that. We don't need more. We have more options, and you can find more about schemas in the MongoDB website, all right? In the Mongoose documentation. So let's do the completed one here. And this one is gonna be type. And this is, it's going to be false and true, right? So it's going to be a Boolean value, just like that. And default is going to be by default, it's going to be, it's going to be false by default. Now, I think this one here has an extension. Visual Studio Code has an extension for, right here, actually, for Mongoose. Let me see. Mongoose. And yeah, simple extension for Mongoose right here. So guys, if you want to make it easier on yourselves, go ahead and download some of the extensions here, to play around with Mongoose, all right? This one looks pretty nice. This one is actually the ES7 JavaScript Mongoose, and you can read more about it, of course, here, and it will let you know what it's actually doing, all right? But anyway, I'm gonna leave mine the same. I'm not gonna download it, but if you want some syntax highlighting and things like that, you should download that extension. I might do it later on, but I use another editor that gives me a little bit more power when it comes to things like this from JetBrains, the company. Anyway, so once we have the schema right here, we have to create the model. A model is just basically going to be some type of blueprint, like an object that we can access later on to do the creation, the CRUD for our applications. So we'll say, I want this to be a variable, and I want to hold all that blueprint, all that data, all that functionality from Mongoose in here, in this variable here. So we're going to have the power now of all those methods that we could use here. So we're going to say Mongoose model. Well, it's going to have to be like this, to do. And we're going to pass in the schema to that object, right? To that variable right there. That's it. To do schema, right? Some people, yeah, we uppercased it here on the second word. All right, so now we have the model here, and you can actually comment this, all right? I'm not doing that because, of course, to save time. All right, so go ahead and make sure once you're connected, remember you have to be connected so in order for this to work later on. So make sure that you have this. And if we have any issues, we'll fix it later on, but just make sure that you have this down, all right? Let's go and jump into the next lecture. I'm going to try to keep these lectures a little short so that way you guys can, do the things right. All right, keep going, guys. Don't get discouraged. Sometimes it gets a little bit difficult, a little hard. You might get stuck. For those of you that get stuck a lot, Coding Faculty is very affordable. Join it, and I will give you support every minute there for anything you need, all right? Codingfaculty.com. Remember that. I don't have a lot of support on YouTube because I have so many students, but I have people that can help me also in Coding Faculty. I don't have it in YouTube. All right, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back. So on this lecture, we are going to be working on adding some of the code here, modifying some of this code here to add data to our database when we click on add on this button right here, right? So let's get to it. So right now we have a connection, we have a schema, and we have a model here that we could use to do those operations. So let's start working on these to-dos here. I'm going to modify this. So I'm going to do command / to comment everything out right here. All right. So let's see what we can do here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to modify this. As a matter of fact, let me just, because I want to leave this as a reference. All right. So I'm going to copy actually everything and comment this out just to show you the difference. All right. So when we do impose here, this function here, we can pass async here just to make sure that we're working asynchronously with our application. All right. Of course, we're going to have to do a wait when we are using a method. So let me just comment everything out here. All right. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to put this in a try catch, and this is how you do it. All right. And let's just catch the error here. And of course, it's going to be something like this, error. All right. So we have this try and catch. First of all, let's get everything from the body, from the form, right? Or from where it's coming from. We get the text, and this is going to be held in, so we're going to be extracting the text from this here, from the request body right there, right? Because that's what we're going to get actually right here. The structuring right here. Sorry about that. All right. Now we need to create a new instance with that text. So let's do const, let's do to-do, and we create a new instance with our model, all right? With our model right here, all right? That's the new instance that we need to create. So once we have that, but make sure that you are pulling in that text like this, all right? All right, let me make sure that I put the semicolon here. I mean, it's not needed, but it's good practice, especially if you use other languages, right? There are many languages that use semicolons. So what we need to do now is we need to save the data. So now we have the data inside we created a new instance here, and we have the data inside this guy right here. So now we have the power, actually we have the power here of the model to save the data, right? So now we have everything we need. So let's go ahead and get a reference of that saved data, that saved to do, by doing this, await to do save. And that's all we got to do. We just got to access this guy's save method, and now the data, because the data is already inside the instance. And once we have that, we're going to get the save to do in here. And what we can do is we can send it to the front end, so that way we can use it. So let's send it. All right. And we'll send it in. Save to do. Simple as that. All right. Perfect. We should be good now. And let's just do the error here. Let's just say status. If anything fails, let's just make it 500. So something went wrong, actually. And we have some type of error here. So let's send some JSON saying, hey, unable to save or something like that. Unable to, or to create to do. Something like that. All right. Let's see. Let's cross our fingers and let's see if this actually works. New to do from new to do from MongoDB. Let's see. Right there. All right. Now let's go. Right now the server actually reset it. So let's just go ahead. I forgot that when we make some changes, NodeMon is actually refreshing. So let's just say new from MongoDB. So new data. Add, refresh, and it's actually not there anymore. Let me see something here. Yeah, let's see. Oh, of course, it is work. It should be working. Let me just go ahead and connect here and see it. You can see the to-dos is there. And inside the to-dos, if we double click it, you can see the new data that we just created. We're just now reflecting that new data. We're not pulling it from the database. So we need to do that next. So the data has been created. You can see it right here. All right. So it has been created. It is working 100%. Make sure that you are able to see that in Compass DB. Remember that if you don't, well, not Compass DB, in MongoDB Compass. So if for some reason you don't have the MongoDB Compass, for some reason you have some issues, you remember that you have access to the Mongo shell in here, okay? So all you have to do is open a new terminal, go into the application, right, into the server side, and go Mongo shell, Mongosh, and then here you can see your database, show DBs. You can see to-dos there, so use to-dos, and you can see show collections, right? You can see the collection there, and you can play around with that collection, all right? All right, so anyway, I'm gonna leave this lecture very simple by just, leaving it like this. So this is the lecture where we're gonna be inserting, documents inside our database. So let's go to the next lecture where we're going to be learning how we can get the to-dos from the database and show it in the front end. I'll see you guys on the next one. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture, we're going to do a couple different things here. Well, the main thing here is that we want to fetch our data from our database so that way we can see it in the front end, right? Now, guys, if you have not subscribed to my channel, do it. So that way, every time I create new courses, you get a notification. So hit that bell, or, you know, if you are watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on Coding Faculty, congratulations and welcome to the faculty, all right? Great job. Make sure that you download all the resources. If you have any questions, put a comment on the video itself or send me an email and we will get back to you ASAP and help you with anything you have, any problems you got, all right? Make sure, remember that you can always download the videos. You can get a certification if you are a coding faculty, showing you that you finished a course. So that's, very important, especially if you're getting a job. You can tell them, hey, listen, I graduated from coding faculty and, you can ask my instructor if I know my stuff, right? And you'll send me some of the things that you know, some of the courses you have taken, and I will check it and verify with the school if I have to, or with the job, all right? I can help you out with that. Or if you have any questions, just send me a question. I'll help you. But anyway, so let's work on fetching these to-dos here from our database. So let's go here real quick and let's comment this out. Let's copy this and comment this out just so we can have a reference here. So you can see the difference just like you see in here. You can see now that we were pushing that into an array. And here, basically what we're doing is we're using methods from the model to save the data, all right? So now I could delete that if I wanted to, right? But I won't right now. All right, so let's go ahead and play around with this. What do we need here? All right, let's do another try and catch here. All right, I would need to find out if this actually, if I'm able to do anything. So let's do that. And this is very similar to what we got here. So let's do that. Perfect. Okay, unable to fetch to-dos. But we should be able to, right? All right. So first of all, let's create the to-dos. Let's pull them in. Actually, make sure that you put it asyncing here. Okay. All right. So here we're going to do a wait and we're going to do to-do from the model, right? And we're going to use this method find. This is going to find everything we need, all the records. And by putting these empty curly braces there, that's how we make sure that we find it. You could be specific about what you find. As you can see, this is an object and we're going to, I'm going to show you that later on, but this is an object that you can pass different options. So you can pass in the type of things that you want to find, right? So text, whatever. But anyway, empty finds everything. I always get ahead of myself, right? All right, so let's go ahead and once we find the to-dos, let's send it to the front end like this. And we should have it in the front end. That's it, really. There's nothing else to it. And we'll come back here. And if we refresh, you can see that we have the data coming from MongoDB. Isn't that awesome, guys? Right? That is super awesome. Okay? So the next part that we are going to be doing is, of course, updating when we are toggling here and deleting. And that's just going to take a couple minutes because those are a little bit harder to do. All right? So let's go and jump into the next lecture. I'm trying to divide these lectures here into very easily consumable or digestible lectures, making them short so that way you guys can actually do this. All right? So I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, what we're going to do is, what I want to do is I want to do the part where we delete the data because right now we have some data that we don't want, really. I was following the CRUD, like this. So we created data, we read data, and I was gonna do updating data and deleting data, right? But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow the deleting of data because we're getting some data here that we don't want, and I want to be able to delete it, right? So let's go ahead and do that. And usually deletion is a lot easier than updating, right? So let me just take this off here. After this, usually we have, let's just do that. And let's do the deletion, all right? So deleting right here, as you can see, it looks very small. We're just filtering things out from and creating a new array here and sending it down. But here is going to be just a little bit different. So, well, actually a lot different. Make sure that, of course, this is a sync. And let's do the same thing we did before with the try and catch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this try and catch from the post request and paste it in here and delete all this stuff here. And I'm just going to put unable to delete to do. All right. So let's see how we do this. So first of all, we're going to try to find the to do with the ID that we are going to get from the params. So basically we have this object, right? We have the params and we are destructuring. Well, we are pulling the ID from it. Very simple. JavaScript just made it a lot easier for us to do this type of things with this feature. To pull data. So let's get the deleted to do here. So let's go ahead and delete. And let's use the model. And what we're going to use is this function called find by ID. Let me see. Find by ID and remove. Let's see that. All right, find by, because I'm uppercasing this in every word. So make sure that you're doing that exactly like I am doing it. All right. So one thing to note here is that if you saw my editor is actually recommending me it's recommending to use find and delete this one. So this one is the newer version, right? So if your application is using new code and you don't rely yourself, you don't have any older code that you have to play around with, then find by ID and delete should be fine, okay? I like to use remove just in case, right? I have some older code in my application that I need to work with, all right? So you're welcome to use this. You should be fine if you're watching this in 2025 and above, and you're using everything. You're not using any modules that use any old code or anything like that. You should be fine with delete, all right? As a matter of fact, we could leave it like this for now, and if we have any errors, we could fix it, right? All right, let's just leave it like that. But I like to use in my application, find by ID and remove. This is just newer. And yeah, let's just use the new version of this as my editor suggested, right? And let's see, yeah, let's finish this. So now that we have this here, what we can do is, let's find out if it was deleted, if it was found, right? Or not. So we could say if not deleted, if not deleted to do, then we can return some status. Let's see if we can just go do this. And let's just do for not found. And we could say to do not found or something. So that way we can get some feedback, if anything. Alrighty. Yeah, and let's go ahead after this and let's send it to the front end so that way we could reflect it on our state. So REST.json, let's send a message actually. And we could say to do, delete it. And let's also send the deleted to do so that we can have it there in the state. Perfect. We should be fine now. Make sure, let me just put a space here so you can see what we're doing a little better. All right, let's save it. Let's come back here and delete. Let's refresh, inspect it and see where we went wrong here. We of course have some type of problem. Check the render method. Each shot should have a unique prop. This here, this warning is because it's, the loop is not keeping track of this. Let me see that. So let me go ahead and check that map in that loop here. That map function here to see if we have a key. We do have a key, but I think we're sending the wrong ID here because we are trying to access this way when in fact, I think we have to do it this way. Anyway, let me just leave this way here and let me try to see if I come back here and let's see the to-do that we are getting from the, to see the to-do that we're getting, the data that we're getting from the deletion here. So let me see something here. To-dos, it finds the to-do. So we are sending the to-do here. When we click on this here, on the delete, right here, I want to see the to-do that I'm actually getting, all right? So let's go into the app.js and let's see what's going on here before we change anything. I think I already know what's going on, but I want to make sure that, you know, that I know what to do we are getting here. So this is delete, edges delete, we're sending that in. Let me see the to-do that I'm actually getting here. Set to-dos. Let me see what it is on the state. Console.log. Let me see something here. Let's see the ID that I'm actually getting. Hold on, right here. So let's go in here, refresh, and when I click here, you can see that it's actually undefined. All right. So, yeah, it's the ID that I'm getting is actually undefined here in this to do and this delete to do. So what's going on here is that I'm not able to pull this the right to do, right? So if I do this instead of to do ID, I do to do underscore ID. Let's see what I do, what I get. Let's save it and let's refresh it and click here, and you can see now that I have an ID. All right, so that's exactly what I thought. All right, so what's going on here is that now we're not accessing an ID property from an array, right? MongoDB has this property called underscore ID. This is the MongoDB ID is an object, and you can see here it has a really long string of ID. Let me see if I make this bigger so you can see it. You can see that it's underscore ID. All right, so that's how we have to refer to it now. All right, so yeah, that's what's going on. So let's go back to the, I wanted to show you that because when we're dealing with these errors, it's good that I encounter this error so that way you guys can see the fixed. So now we just got to go back in here. And now we should be good, actually. Once we send that in, we're going to catch it in here and do what we need to do, right? So let's delete. Hold on. Let me see that. You can see now that I went ahead and clicked delete, but nothing happened here, right? You can see now I click delete again and nothing happened, right? Because we're not fetching the right stuff. So let's go ahead and add this too. Let's come back here and let's refresh this data. Let me just come back here. Go. There we go. So now we got the new data in there. All right. Let's go back into this app here. And when we're fetching this, since this here is going to fetch our to-dos from the state. All right. Let me see. Get fetch to-dos. So it's going to go to that URL. And let's see. Let's go back in here. So this is supposed to be, once we hit delete, hold on. Sorry about that. Delete. Then we compare these IDs with whatever we bring in from the back end, right? So this is actually going through our state, and we are checking that to do if it's equal to the one coming in. And remember, that to do is going to have an underscore, so make sure that you put that in there. All right, so refresh, click delete, and we are good to go now. All right, there we go. There we go. And that's deleted. If we go come back here to our compass and we check on our to-dos, we see that we don't have any more to-dos, right? So keep that in mind when you are creating your application, that MongoDB user underscore, right? That's the change that we have to make in most of this stuff here in our application to modify it. Now, there is a way that we can actually prevent us from updating every single ID in here by doing this underscore, and it's by using what I use most of the time in the schema, and is transform or map those IDs into the underscores ID into the ID. So let me show you. So here we can pass different options when we are developing our schema. So I'm able to map this ID, underscore ID, into an ID like this. So that way I don't have to do this here. It has been a long time since I had to make this change, because in my templates, in my code, I always map the IDs. All right, so let me show you how this works. Let's go back in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Control Z to remove that underscore from the delete to do. Let me see if I do this one here. All right. And I'm just going to do Control Z on all of that and just keep it the same way now. So I'm going to save that. And if I go back, let me just come back here and remove this so that way my code doesn't work again. And it's back to the normal. So let's just go groceries, and I'm going to add it, and I'm going to open this here. And I'm going to try to delete it. And you can see that we have the same problem here that we do before. It doesn't delete anything, right? All right, so here's what I'm going to do. In the schema right here, as a second argument to this function right here, I'm going to pass some other options. I'm going to put this down. As you can see, I'm doing that before the parentheses. I put a little comma there. All right. So I'm going to use another object here. And this object is going to have some keys. And you can see that my editor is already helping me with this. So I'm going to press tab and colon. And here we're going to define some functions, some properties and values. So basically, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be accessing the document of whatever document we have right now in our database. And before it's returned to JSON, before the final output, we're going to modify some things. So let's put some options here that we need to have in order for this to work. And basically, this transform function here, I'm going to say function, is going to take care of that transformation. So here's the whole document here of what we got in our database, along with everything in its full form, all right? Complete with all the Mongoose methods and property, okay? Remember, this is coming from Mongoose, the package, right? So it has, properties like it has save method, the ID, the underscore ID, and all that stuff, right? So in this here is the plain JavaScript object that Mongo creates from that document just before it's converted into JSON, all right? So this transform function allows us to modify the ret right? However we like, all right? So let's go ahead and complete this. So let me come back and put this here. There we go. And now we're gonna say the ret ID, right? We're gonna set this ret from that document, right? The underscore ID into this new created ID. So we don't have to modify our app.js like we did before with the underscore or anything like that, like this. Remember that we did that? We don't have to do that no more, right? So we're gonna map it. We're gonna map this to this guy right here. So we're gonna assign that to that. Now we need to remove some stuff that we don't need on that, that we don't need, right? So delete the ret. We don't need this in the output or anything. So the ret dot underscore ID. And there is some, let me see. Hold on, sorry about that. This just goes like that. And then delete the version from that document. I believe we have to do underscore underscore like this. So basically what we're doing here, all right, is we are removing this underscore ID from the final JSON document, all right? Now, anybody that consumes this API won't be able to see this anymore because we're deleting it, all right? So now this one here, this is gonna remove the version key that the Mongoose package or code uses internally to track revisions, all right? Because Mongoose actually does that, all right? And now what we need to do is we need to return the modify object back so that way we can pass this to the client. So let's go ahead and do that. Return the ret, which is the modified document. All right. So let's come back here. You can see that that worked right away. So now we go back into Compass. And if we connect, you can see now that we don't have any document, right? So now we'll go back in here and we say, hey, new document, right? Need to buy a Ferrari. And we can do that after we are very skilled with these technologies that I'm showing you right here, right? So it won't take you long if you, master this and you become really successful at creating applications. That way you can get a really good job and then you can make your own businesses however you want, all right? So it won't take you, it's gonna take you some time, but once you do it, you will be able to buy that Ferrari if you want, just like I bought my Lamborghini. So anyway, you can delete it as you can see now, and if we go here and you refresh, you can see that we only have one document. So we are able to delete it now since, and you can check to see here what you're getting from the back end. You will be able to see that we are just getting this guy here. Right, so let's go back into Compass here. You can see that we're still using underscore ID, but before this gets into JSON, it's transformed to just to be ID, all right? Pretty cool things, right? Awesome. All right, guys, I think we're done with this now. We are able to delete documents. I learned something extra here, which I wasn't planning to show you, but, might as well just show you the best things possible so that way you guys can become successful. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, all right? And for, giving me support either at codingfaculty.com or on my YouTube channel or any other platform you might find me. I really appreciate those of you that give nice reviews, nice comments. God bless. I hope the universe, God, gives you everything you need in life, and hopefully we can help each other out. All right? Take care, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back. So now the time has come for us to finish this CRUD operation with MongoDB, using Mongoose, of course, with updating our to-dos. We have this functionality. Well, we had this functionality where we clicked on this document here, and it would put an underline here, and it would mark it completed. So we need to put that functionality in this new version that we got of our app with the database. So we need to update our database. So this is the last piece of the puzzle for this CRUD operation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and comment this out so that way I can use some of this code here if I want to later to show you some of the differences. So I'm going to paste that in here. And remember that we need to put async in here. All right. And we need to put that try and catch. So I'm going to copy this try and catch right here from the to-dos and put that in here. Just like that. All right. So here is going to be a 500 and we're going to say unable to update to-dos. All right, perfect. I'm going to put that down a little bit. And now we need to start building this. All right, first things first, let's extract the ID from the params. Perfect. Let's extract the text. Actually, we don't have the text yet. We're gonna actually do that feature later on. I want to, my final project that I want to accomplish, or the final solution, or should I say project with this course, is that when we click on this, this is gonna turn into editable input where we can click another button here and save it. That's the final project. But right now we are still not there yet. So let's just use the completed from this body that we have coming in, right? So we extract that from that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and update. So we're gonna say, let's save the updated to do here. And let's say await. Let's make sure that this says const. And let's grab the model and we're gonna say find by ID and update. Just like that. This is gonna be a function. It's gonna have the ID first, the first argument, and the second stuff is just gonna have the data that we need to update. So it's gonna be text. The text, if it's the same thing, what you can do here is just pass. If it's the same thing as that, you just pass this and complete it. And that's gonna do what it needs, what we need to do. All right, so perfect. Here, as a third argument, what I'm gonna pass in is to return the updated document back into here. So I'm gonna pass this function to say new document true, just like that. All right. Actually, hold on. That needs to be an object. Sorry about that. New true should work. Yeah. Perfect. All right. So first argument, ID. Second, the text that's going to be updated. And this here is just some options saying, hey, listen, I want you to return that updated document back so I can use it. And now we can say, hey, if anything, if for some reason it wasn't able to save, so I'm going to say if not updated to do, then we can return some type of status. So let's just say 404 here or something. So we can just say 404 and let's just return a message instead of an error. And we can say to do not found or something. All right. Lastly, we have to send this to the front end. REST, JSON, and update it to do. All right, let's check that out. Let's see if that works. Let me see, yeah, delete this and boom. Yeah, that's not working. Let's see what we have forgotten. So it says failed. It's just, so we're having a problem with with the server here. We're getting a 500 error. Let's see what we got. Unable to update to-dos for some reason. Unable, so we're getting our errors back. So that's good that we at least have that. We're handling errors here, right? So we got this message here. Error, unable to update to-dos. So for some reason, we're catching an error that's happening. And I just remember what the error is that we don't have text. And I forgot. All right, sorry about that. So yeah, let's, it should be good now. You can see now that it works. So refresh and you can see the data is still there. So hello, new to-do, add. So now if we go back into Compass and refresh it, we can see that one document is true and another one is false. All right? So the error that we had is just that we forgot that we are not there yet when it comes to updating the text. We haven't added that feature yet. I wanted to make it as simple as possible to do the CRUD operation using MongoDB and Mongoose and all that, because it's new information for some of you, and I don't want you guys to get confused. We're going to be adding a new feature to our application here as, time progresses, maybe on the next lecture or the lecture after that, where we can click on this and make it an editable input where we can save it and we can edit the text as well. And of course, complete it. Anyway, guys, that should be it for this lecture. I hope that you enjoyed it very much. And it's been a pleasure to show you these first things on this course. Let's take it to the next lecture if we have to do some modifications, or maybe we're going to be adding some new features so that way you guys can keep learning more and more. All right, keep going. Don't give up. Finish the course. You can do it. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. For those of you that are here, congratulations. Very, very nice. You guys are achievers, all right? So on these couple lectures, what we're going to do is we're going to style our application. And I'm not going to use plain CSS code or just, everything from scratch. I'm not going to do that because it's a waste of time when you are developing applications, unless that's what you do, unless you focus on that. We're not going to focus on styling it, but we're going to make our application look nice, all right? So I'm going to be using a CSS framework called Tailwind CSS. For those of you that don't know, Tailwind CSS is one of the best frameworks out there right now for building UIs, all right? And it's going to be really, really cool to learn this stuff if you haven't yet, all right? So Bootstrap is one of the other frameworks that's on top, but Tailwind CSS just allows us to be more flexible with our styling of our UI elements, right? So let's go ahead and install it because, yeah, we do have to install it. And let's open another terminal window here. And let's just clear this. And what I want to do is I want to get out of the server and I want to go into the client because that's where we're going to be installing it. We need to go into the client side of things. And we're going to do npm install-d, okay, development, Tailwind CSS, post CSS. There's some other packages that we need in order for this to work really nicely. And prefixer, auto prefixer. All right. So let's go ahead and click enter. Let's install that. And let's see how fast this is actually doing it. So yeah, I finished installing it. We can verify this, of course, by going to the package.json in our client folder right here. And let's see where it is. And you can see that is right here in dev dependencies, right here. Post CSS is there as well, and auto prefixer. All those packages are there. All right, perfect. What else we need? Let's go ahead and open the terminal where we were before, and let's clear things out so we can write some more code. So I'm going to do npx here, and I'm going to just create the configuration file. So npm is a node package manager. npx is just like a runner file, like a runner program to install certain things, all right, to configure certain things or create smaller things. We don't have to create a bunch of other packages, but we just have to run when we have to run some things, all right? So that's why we use npx. So remember, and just, you don't need to know that 100%, like you don't need to memorize it, but just know that the main difference is that with this one, this is a tool, right? This is a node package manager, all right? We manage packages with this. We install them, we update them, we do things with the packages, right? So now npx, in the other hand, is a utility, all right? It executes like binaries, CLI tools, modules, from modules, and or indirectly fetches them and runs packages without installing them in your computer, without installing them globally. So, all right, so keep that in mind. So this is just a utility. Remember that, not a manager, package manager, a utility. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna initialize Tailwind CSS configuration file. We're gonna pass a flag here, P, npx Tailwind CSS, and then enter. There we go. Let me see, let me go back here. Let me close this here. Alrighty. Client, now you can see the Tailwind configuration and also the post CSS configuration. Oh, by the way, before I forget, yeah, so let me just clear this up. So you see me running this file here, this flag here. This is just to produce the post CSS configuration, just in case we need it, right here. All right, so that's why this is a shorthand for producing this extra configuration file. We don't need it right now, so, but I wanted to also pass it in just in case. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna pre-fill the content, all right? Right here, actually. So what we want is we want to put some wildcards in here. Well, wild code. We have some, when I say wild cards or wild options, is that when we use this asterisk to signify multiple things. So let's do, I want to access anything on this directory that is inside the src. All right. And go in there and give me everything in there. And everything that starts with a dot that has an extension of JS, JS sets, TS, and TSX. All right, so let me see if I got this correctly. Turn as source folder. It's hard to remember this thing, so sometimes you might want to look at the documentation, but I should be fine. We should see it in a minute if it works. And then just put a little comma here and let's just press enter. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to play around with this yet. All right. So let's go into source folder and let's go into the index.css and let's just replace all this code with some directives here, some Tailwind base. There we go. Sorry about that. Then Tailwind. You can copy all this stuff from the Tailwind's configuration, or should I say documentation. And this would be Tailwind utilities, I believe. All right, let me see what this is actually doing. Unknown Tailwind configuration. My editor doesn't know anything about it. Let me see something here. Yeah, that's fine. All right, what else is next? Let's go into the index.js sets. Let me see, we don't have an index, we have a main JS sets. Let me see if we should have an index. But this is the one because we're using Vite. So Vite here, instead of, when you're using the React CLI tool to install React, you're gonna have an index.js file. And this should be the same thing as the index. In Vite is called main, all right? And in the main, what we're gonna do is, let me see here. Okay, we just make sure that you have index.css in there. All right, so that's it for this lecture, guys. Really, well, actually, hold on. Let's just test this stuff here. Main.js, let's go to the app. And let's just make sure that this actually works before we start styling. So let's go in here. And right above this input here, I'm going to create some divs to wrap everything. So this would be a div. And I wrap everything right here, this UL right there. Check that out real quick. And now let's put some styles here to see if it works. Let me just come back here. And what is this? Tailwind. Yeah, this is the documentation that was just doing that. And you can see now that we're starting to see some things happening here, but we don't have anything yet. So let's just do class name. Remember, we have to put class name instead of class because of we are using React, right? BG gray and 50 should be fine. Let's put BG blue here. All right, so looks like, let me just go back in here. Let me just restart some things here. We got to make sure that this actually is working. So let's go into the front end and do Control C, and let's do npm run dev again. And there we go. Now it's working. So make sure that you restart your front end server, right? Just to make things work. All right, let's go. Now we know that it is actually working. All right, so BG blue, and I just put, I surrounded everything with a div, and I put BG blue 50, all right? So Tailwind has different numbers here. I think it goes to 950. Let me see. Yeah, 950. This is the lightest blue, and it goes all the way to becoming really dark. And you can see that in my editor right here. So I'm just gonna leave it the way it is right now, this lecture. But on the next lecture, we're gonna start styling this and making this look a lot nicer. I just wanted you guys to successfully install Tailwind CSS, and that's it on this lecture, basically. So on the next lecture, we're gonna start styling this and making this look really nice. See you guys then. Back, my amazing student. So on this lecture, we're gonna continue from what we did on the last lecture, which was to install Tailwind CSS. We started actually styling our application. We set up Tailwind CSS. We make sure that it worked, but we did not continue. So we're gonna continue on this one. So let's go and play around with this a little bit. Let me just inspect this. Right now I see that we have some type of space here. So I'm gonna go and inspect it real quick. Let me see what I got. So I see that it is applying some styles. Right here, some margin, some padding. All right, as you can see there. So I need to take that off. And that is in the root. All right. So I think I know exactly what's going on here. So in the main.js sets, we have this, not here, but in the app, we have this app.css file, right? And this app.css file has all the individual styles for this particular component. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna comment this out. I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't have any of those styles, all right? Perfect. So now we start from scratch styling this. So let's go into the app.js, and let's go ahead and finish this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put another div here, and let's go and take this all the way down and right below here, right? So I want you to pay attention. Remember, all this code is available to you according faculty if you are a member, all right? And you're subscribed to it. So right now we got two divs, right? We got two divs surrounding the whole return code. So let's go ahead and start playing with this. So I want to put a minimum height for the screen here of 100 VH. This is that class right here, minimum height. We're gonna make it a flex item and item center. So we're gonna want everything in the center, and then we want to justify center. This is stuff that if you know CSS, you will relate to, all right? And if you're taking a class like this, you have to know some CSS, all right? So this is stuff that these properties and values do exist on CSS. That's why I love Tailwind CSS, because Tailwind has many different classes that are named after the properties and values actually in CSS, in native CSS. So as you can see now, we made this look like this. Now, I don't want this to be color blue. I want this to be a gray color like this, just like the app that I showed you in the beginning of in the introduction video. So this div here, let's do width, make it full, so it goes all the way across. Let's make the max width to be medium size. Some of these medium size classes have to do with when you make your design responsive, all right? Remember that Tailwind is very responsive with a lot of classes. So BG white, and then, because I want this to be inside some type of div that's a different color than the background, like the main wrapper. So this is gonna be the main wrapper. So rounded LG, and let's just put a shadow there, and let's make sure that it applies to medium, and let's put some padding to 6. Let's see how that looks. All right, let me see, width, full, matte with VG white, rounder LG. All right. Oh, the reason why this is not working is because I forgot to put class naming here. Sorry about that. I'm already like getting ahead of myself, and I forgot to put the class name in there. Careless mistake. Sorry about that. All right. What else we need here? So let's go ahead and see we can put on this input here a class name, some classes. So class name, let's make it flex girl. Let's give it a border, and let's make sure that the border is gray, at least 300. Let's make sure it's rounded, large, padding on the axis, meaning that is going to be horizontal. We make it 3. Padding on the vertical side of things, and that, let me see how that looks now. All right, it's looking a little better. Let me see the rounded here. All right. Let me just bring all this stuff down so that way I can show you guys what I'm doing. All right, and what else? Let's do the PX. Okay, let's do some focus outline. None. And focus. That's when we click on the stuff. For the input. All right, ring 1. Let's see. Okay, there we go. We can change that. Let's change that. Let me see. Let's focus ring to be a blue of 500. That's a dark blue. All right. Well, it's not that dark, but it's darker than 50, I can tell you that. Right, so let's make it 900. Let's see something here. All right, let's grow border gray. So the border is gray. It's supposed to be rounded. Let's just put all these classes here. I wanted to show you to you. That's why I wrote it like this. All right, let me just fix this here. There we go. Now it works. All right. And this should be 500. There we go. We'll fix this in a minute. That's a button there. Let's go and fix that so that way it looks a little bit better. That is this button right here. So let's do class name. And this is BG blue 500. Then the text, let's make it white. Some padding on the horizontal side and padding on the vertical too. Let's make it rounded to the right. All righty, you can see rounded to the right. We make this rounded to the left, remember that. All right, so that looks good. Let's change the color when we hover over this link. So let's do hover, and then we want to do BG blue a little darker to 600 maybe. So you can see now that it changes just a little bit. All right, so that looks good. All right, that looks good so far. All right, I think we've done enough for this lecture here. I mean, let's just try to finish whatever we got on the other side. Let's see on this list here. Let's just try to finish it. Let's see on this list item, really. Let's put a style here. Let me just take this off. We don't need this styling. As a matter of fact, this styles here, we could take that off from the button. Let me see how that looks. So we can put the button there. Any styles that you have that are hard-coded, you can take it off, just like this one here. So that way we can start from scratch with Tailwind, all right? Let's do class name here. And this one would be, let's put a space and the y-axis to be 2. All right, so we can put some spaces in between them. Perfect. In between this guy here and the UL. Not between them. Let's work on the list items now. So the list items, let's just do class name here. And here, let's make this flats. Let's make the items on here center. Center. And let's do justify in between. Padding 2. All right, let's see how that looks. That's looking a little better. We got to work on that button there as well. Let's give this a little border. So let's give this a border, a color of gray to 100 at least. And let's make this rounded as well, so that way it looks modern. There we go. Later on, what we're going to do is when we click on this, we're going to be able to make it so that way we can edit this. But we're not going to do that right now. All right? Not yet. There are a couple more things that we need to do. Yeah. So let's work on the button real quick and let's finish this. The button here, we have a style here. Let's take that off. And let's do the class name here on top. All right, so the button, let's do the text to be red, and let's do red 500. Let me see something here. Yeah, that's fine. And when we hover over it, let's make it so that way the text becomes a little darker. So there we go. You can see just a little darker. Now this input here, we need to make it so that way it has a little bit more space. Maybe goes all the way across. So what I'm gonna do is, let's grab this input. I'm gonna go all the way here. I'm gonna grab this input and I'm gonna wrap it inside a div like this. Okay. I'm gonna put a class in this div and I'm gonna make it flat and I'm gonna center the items and I'm gonna put some margin to be 4. And now you can see that that looks horrible. Let me see here, let's items. Let's see, let's grow 300, round it. Let me see that. I have to work on this a little bit here. Let me see what I got here. What's this is going to the next line here. Let me come back here. Let's just change this a little bit to be extra large. And let me see something. Match with L. Let's do extra large, not large. Extra large. XL should do it. That made it extra large, but we have a problem with the button. So the button needs to be inside. So let's just make sure the button it's inside, which is outside right now. So it needs to be inside that div right here. There we go. That should work. There we go. Yeah, a little hiccup there, but we made it happen. All right. So I think that's all the styling we have to do to our list here. And then we will have to work on some conditionals here when we are making this work. All right. It's still working the same. It just looks different now. Perfect. We're almost getting there. One more thing here that I would like to do. I would like to put a title here somewhere, right? So let's do that right here. Let's put an H1. H1. And let's just say full stack app with React.js and Node.js and MongoDB. Hopefully I can fit all that. If not, we'll work on it. All right. Now let's make it look nice. All right. So let's put some class naming here. Let's do text to be 2. Let's make the text a little bigger. So text 2, extra large. Font, let's make it bold. Let's give it some margin bottom here so that way we give it a little bit of space. I'm imagining this in my head, but I know that we need a space right here. So that's what I'm doing. What else we need here? Let's center the text. Text center. There we go. That looks a lot better now. All right. I think the text 2L is fine. Let's do 3. 2L is fine. All right. I don't know if we have more than. Let me see. It actually is. That's why it wasn't changing, because I'm writing this the wrong way. Let me just see what options I got here. You can download a Tailwind stuff plugin for this, by the way. 2XL should do it. There we go. So yeah, MongoDB is not gonna fit in there. Full stack. Let me see, full stack app. Full stack to do app. All right. With React.js and Node.js. Let's see if I can just omit this real quick. We can probably wrap all this stuff and make it work, but I just want it like this. It's fine. And then let's just give this a little bit of styling here. So I'm going to put this in between a span tag and this one as well. Give it a little color from the original. Let me just put this here. There we go. All right. So now I'm going to change the text here to say text blue. Let's make it 600 here. And what in the world? Node.js class name. We want this to be, oh, hold on. Why do I have this here? That was weird. Anyway. Text to be agreeing 500. Let me see. So yeah, make it 600. And let's put a little space right here. There we go. Full stack to do app with React.js and Node.js. We're getting there, guys. Really good job, guys. Sorry it took me a little bit of time for this, but when you are creating, styling your application, sometimes, it takes a little bit of time, just to get it right. Anyway, again, the code should be at codingfaculty.com, the full code. You can download it if you are a member. And if you have any issues with the app, you can ask me there as well. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'm actually doing this very slowly here so that way you can copy it if you're writing this and you're not able to be a member or you're not a member and you're watching this on YouTube. So that way you can get the classes right. You can always replay the video, right? Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you on the next lecture, okay? All right, take care. Welcome back, my amazing student. So in today's lecture, we're gonna start building something really interesting, something super cool. Now, I told you that I was going to edit our application or modify it so that way when we click on this here, it converts this into an input and we are able to edit the text and save it, right? So let's do that right now. And that's something that I showed you from the beginning of the course. So let's go ahead and implement that. This is going to help you understand how React works with Node.js a lot better, all right? So let's do this. So first of all, what I want to do is when I click here, we have to handle this event, right? When I click here, I want to conditionally show an input, if I click or not click, right? So right now, what we are showing is a spam tag right here on clicking on this here. But I need to go into the list item actually, which is this guy right here. Let me see, this is the to-do ID right here. We got this here. We shouldn't have this style here. Just delete anything that has to do with that. So that way it looks a little better. All right. So inside this LI, all right, we could do this. So we have this span tag already. This has an on-click for toggling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this into an input type checkbox. Type checkbox, okay? And let me just close this, put this here, and this should be closed there. All right, so that should be done there. All right, let's look at this, how it looks. So this input here is going to be responsible for making sure that this works here. I mean that this is completed. All right. So that's what we got to do there. So now that we have this here, let me go back in here. What we want to do is make sure that when we click here, this here gets that line through, right? Now, of course, this is not what we want. What we want at the end is an input. But for now, what we can do is we can, inside this LI, or list item, we could put a span tag here and wrapped all that functionality in there. So we'll grab this guy here. And what we can do, we can say, let's put a condition here. Let's put a span tag here to say class name. Let's see. Let me just do conditions here. Let's do ticks. And I can say flex1. And then cursor to be a pointer. All right. And let's write condition here. Let me just put a right here. And I can say to do completed. All right. If to do completed is true, then I'm going to put a line through. All right. Text gray 400. And I think that is the same thing that I got down here, right? Yeah. Basically the same thing. I just have to copy and paste it there. But anyway, else, let's come back here. We are going to do nothing. Simple as that. Okay. Let's save it. Come back here. If we click here, let me just come back. Let's make sure that this is in between the span tag here. All right. So there we go. If I refresh, you can see now that that's starting to look a little better, right? See that? All right. So that's something that we want to happen here. Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's come back here. Let's clean this up since we're not going to need this anymore here. Let's just clean this up right here. All right. Let's also make this on change instead of on click. And let's put a class here of margin right too. Let's see. Yeah. It looks a lot better now, right? The separation there. All right. So let's take it slow. All right. We haven't done much here. Basically, you can replay the video and see what I've done. But basically, I just put a span tag instead of the input here. And I changed the click to the on change. All right. That's basically what I've done so far. And everything has been inside this list item. Everything that we're going to be doing mostly is going to be inside that list item. All right. So go ahead and copy the code. Make sure that you have it working. And I'll see you guys on the next one. All right. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. I hope you guys are ready. So this is the second part of this update feature that we want to include in our To-Do app. So let me see if I have the application that I built before. It's very similar. As a matter of fact, almost identical. So what we want, the feature that we want is this. We want to be able that when we click here, we put the text inside another input, an input basically. So we want to render this when we click it. So we need an input, and then we need to set some states. So basically that's what I want. I'm gonna put this in another side here just by to have it as a reference. But basically that's what we want. All right. So I'm not going to do it right now. We're gonna do that in a couple minutes. We're gonna render either this guy, the spam normally, or we're going to render the input, but we're going to do that conditionally depending on the state. But right now, we're just going to put right below here, inside the list item, we're just going to put the input, all right, just to have it there. So that way we can see what we're doing, right? So let's save it. And now if I click here, you can see that the input is there. Okay, perfect. All right, so what do we need? We need to set some states for editing. I want to make sure that when I click here, my application is on edit mode. All right, so that's the way we're gonna do it. There are a couple different ways that we can do it, but that's the best way that I can come up with. So let's see, right after the to-dos, right here, I'm gonna set some states, and let's just put a comment here, and let's just say for inline editing. I think that's really cool to put that comment here to make sure that we know what in the world we're doing. So we're gonna say edit to do ID, because that's what we need to pass in. And we're gonna set the edit to do ID, all right? And we're gonna, of course, use state for this. And we're gonna set the initial value to be null, all right? And let's just copy this guy and paste it here. And this here would be the text, okay? So text. And this here, since it's text, we need to initialize it with single quotes to signify string, right? To for that. All right. So let's see how we can do this. All right. So let's go down and let's see. So we need to create a method, a function that could trigger this edit mode that we want. Let's do that here in the spam tag, where we have the toggle completed showing. And what I'm going to do is when we click on the spam tag, I want to activate some function that I don't have yet, but we will. And we can start this. And if I remember correctly, since I created many applications like this, let's just do it like this. I probably have different names on my other application that I created on the demo, but that's fine. I remember how to do it. So this start editing, we need to create that function all the way on top. All right, so let's see. We could do this right after the delete to do right here, before toggling. All right, and let's just paste that in there. And what I want here, let's just do const, and I want to grab the to-do, which we are passing in, I believe, and we'd want to change the state of the to-do ID, and we want to grab that from that to-do ID, and we want to also set it, edit the text, well, set the text, so to-do dot text. So now that state has that, all right? Perfect. So now we have it here, and we have it here available to us when we click on that spam tag, okay? So now what we could do is that we can display some stuff conditionally, depending on the edit to do ID and currently ID on the state. So right here, this input here, this is where we're gonna do that condition between this guy and this guy, right? So let's do that here. So we're gonna say if edit to do ID is equal than the to-do that's coming in from maps, of course, which is this guy here, right? Then I want to, let's do that right here. I want to display some JS sets. And this JS sets is gonna be, of course, this input right here. Super simple. And this is expecting, of course, the closing colon, right? So that's doing that. Hold on. This is the JS sets for that, and this input Yeah. So now this is the colon, not the semicolon. Let's put some JS sets here. Else, we want to display this guy here. This is the spam tag, the whole spam tag right there. Let's just pick that up and paste it in there. All right. All right, so if I click here, you can see now that the input is there. You can't see the text in there, but we need to, because we need to set the text as well. We just putting conditionally the input there. So we need to, fill this in right now. So let's go and let's see, class name. We got the key here. Let me see. This is on the li. Is the input here that we need to change. All right. So let's bring this down a little bit. And this one here says type text. I wonder if I can just, I think by default it's type text. I don't even have to put it there, but we can just take it off. But anyway, let's just put it here. Let's make this input look nice, first of all. So let's do flat 1 and margin right. Well, probably put some border. Let me just bring this down. Sorry about that. Every time I save my prettier extension takes over. So we're gonna put some padding here. Let's put a border, like I mentioned, and just so that way we can see it, that it looks a little nicer, right? It's gray. We should copy the styles we have on the other input, right? Let me see something here. I thought we had that style somewhere else. Maybe that is a different application. And I'm confusing it. Let's see. All right, so that looks a little better now. Okay. Yeah. Let's go now. And what I want to do is I want to put the value in here. Let's see. The value should be whatever we have on the state. So edit text should be the value. And as you can see now, the value is there. All right, so we're getting there. It's taking a little bit of time, but we're getting there, guys. All right, so as you can see, this is super easy. If you try to do this with JavaScript, with vanilla JavaScript, which is raw JavaScript, this is really hard. Even with a library like jQuery or, it's just really hard, all right? So right now, what are we gonna do? We want to pass this in on change to the state, all right? So that way, whatever we type in here goes in there. So let's, yeah, that's the way to go. We're just trying to figure out if that was the correct way of doing it. So we're gonna access this edit text from the state, and we're gonna pass in the target value in there. So that way the state always has that value when we change it, all right? Every time we are changing that. Another thing that I wanna do is on key down, I wanna make sure that pass the ID into another function. We're gonna do that on the next lecture, but let's just do autofocus here. Put this attribute here. Perfect. Yeah, this is working pretty good so far. We still got a couple more functions to go, but don't worry, we're almost done with the main features and of this to-do app. So it's coming out pretty nice. Keep going, guys. Don't give up. Finish it. So that way you can say you finished, and always look at your email for more information or more courses that I'm always creating. But we're not done yet, so keep going. I'll see you guys on the next lecture, all right? Keep it up. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I'm so glad that you're here in this lecture. Really good job keeping up, all right? I know it's not easy. Some of you don't have a lot of time, but you have to make it. You have to make the time, okay? Anyway, so we are in the third part of this update that we need to create. Now, what we're missing here are a couple different things here. I want to handle the key down here. I want to handle this. So when I press enter, I want to be able to send some type of request to the browser to update this and do a couple of different things before in update. So on this input, I'm going to not just on change, but on key down, all right? I want to call some function that I don't have yet, but I'm going to create. And I'm just going to call this what it's doing, right? I'm just going to give it a name related to what it's doing. We're going to handle the key down, and we're going to pass in the target or the event and the ID of the to-do. So that way we can manage this. All right. So now let's go ahead and create that. Let's see where we can create this. Let's see where we can create this. Let's just come back here. Oops. I didn't do a world. Maybe here, I think would be a good place. Let me just put this. As a matter of fact, let me see. Let me just put this below here after the toggle right here. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's fine. And let me just copy this guy and start editing. That's fine. Let's make sure that that actually is working still. Yeah, that shouldn't be any problems there. And I'm going to paste that and change the name here to handle key down. There we go. And here we're receiving the event and the to-do ID. Simple as that. All right, so now let's change this up a little bit. Well, a lot. And let's just say if the key of the event is equal to enter from the keyboard, all right, then I want to do console.log enter press. Let's just detect it. Let's just make sure it works first, all right? All right, let's just inspect it real quick. And when we do this and I press enter, you can see that it says enter pressed. All right, perfect, so it's working. Guys, don't you feel good building something like this and knowing that by the time you finish this course, you will be able to make really cool applications? Guys, if you feel that you're not ready by the end of this course, take my other courses, either a coding faculty or anywhere you can find it. I have a bunch of courses that are going to make you a true developer because I put all my experience and I give you guys the motivation you need in order for you to keep going. Sometimes we need a little push or a big push, and I'm going to give it to you, all right? So let's keep going. So what I want to do is here, I want to create some type of save data to or update data, right? So here, update data. When I press enter, and let's just put an else statement here. Else if, actually, if the key escape, right? So if the key is equal to escape, then I want to set some stuff here so that way we don't do anything, right? So because we are rendering things conditionally here, so we can say set edit to do ID to null again, like this. And we also want to set the text here, edit text to empty, just like that. All right, just resetting basically everything again. All right, so let's come back here. Make sure you save your document. And now when you press the escape key, you can see that it doesn't do anything. It just goes back to, it resets again, right? Look at that. That's perfect. All right, so what we need here is to update the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create another method. Let me just create the other method. And this method is going to be a little big, so let's create it right here. Let me just copy this guy. And right here, let's just call this save edit, right? And this is just going to take a to-do ID. It's just going to accept that, okay? And instead of if statement here, we'll just put a try catch. But let's just make sure that we can trigger this guy, save edit. And we'll come back here because we're going to write a lot of stuff here. And since we're going to be writing a lot of stuff, it only makes sense that we have, that we just call a method from this. We'll separate our concerns, our logic a little bit, all right? So let's pass the to-do ID that we got here in here. And let's see if we can trigger that. As a matter of fact, let's just get the ID here. Let's just do that. Let's see if we can get it. Save it. Remember to save it, all right? And when I press enter, you can see that save edit and the ID of that particular document, it's available to us. Let's press escape and we are ready to go. All right, so what else? Let's go and start playing around with the save edit, all right? So let's just comment on that. We have the ID already. We're gonna put a try and catch here. Let's see, because we're gonna be updating, so we need to find out if things are going according to plan, right? Let's do a catch, and we'll just catch the error here. And I'm not just gonna put status here because we are on the client side, so I'm just gonna console something to the console, and we're just gonna say, as a matter of fact, instead of log, let's just put error here, and we can say error. And by the way, the console has a couple different methods that you can use, okay? For those of you that did not know. So I'm always showing you, different things, guys, just in case. I know some of you might not know, but there are other methods that we can use with the console. And error is one of them. You always see me using log. That's the most popular one. And we're just gonna pass the error here, okay? If anything. All right, let's go here. And what I wanna do here is I wanna get a response from the server. So let's do that. Oh, by the way, let's make sure that this is async, all right? Because we're gonna do a wait here. I just remember, I always forget that. And we're gonna use Axios for that. We're gonna put, and I think we already have that code somewhere right here. I think this should be the same thing. Let's just copy this guy, and then we're gonna edit it. There we go. All right, so we got the API URL. Instead of the ID here, it would be the to-do ID right here, okay? And then as a second here, the data that's gonna go in would be the text. And this one here should be edit text. Perfect. You can go ahead and log the response that you get from the server just to make sure. But as a matter of fact, it might not work 100%. We might have to do an update on the endpoint, I believe. I have to think a little bit, but let's finish creating this real quick because we don't have a lot of code to go, all right? Yeah, so I'm gonna grab the state set to dos and we're gonna loop through it. And depending on that, we are going to get the, we're gonna basically update our local to-dos array, all right, with the information that we get from the server. So let's go and map through what we get, all right, through this, let me see here, map, and then inside map, yeah, I was right. We get the to-do, and inside here we get a function. All right. Okay, so what we can do is we can say the to-do ID, as long as it's equal to the to-do ID that we get in here, then I want to, and let's use the spread operator again, whatever we have in there, plus the new text. Oh, that's right. The endpoint needs to have text now. So we are updating the text as well when we are doing this. All right? Keep that in mind. So now that I remember, right, we're not just updating the toggle or the completed property, we are updating the text. So let's do response.data.text. Okay? And then we'll say else, we'll just return the to-do. Perfect. All right, that should work. Let me see what, oh, what am I doing here? Why is this doing that? Huh, this is supposed to be a catch right here. Oh, let me see that. I don't like this code here. It makes it look weird here. We don't need this curly braces, by the way. Yeah, we can do this, everything in line like this. All right, the less code, the better, guys. All right, so if you don't need it, don't put it there. We should be good with this. All right, so let's just check our app to see if nothing fails. Nothing has failed. All right, yeah. And before the catch here, let's exit the edit mode. So let's just put exit the edit mode here. So now remember that what we're doing here, when we click save edit, we want to also reset and do the same thing we did here. We want to reset our input, all right, to the to-do ID and the text to empty again, because we want this to do this when we click the save button here that we don't have yet, but we want it to do this, right? So that's what I'm going to do here. So let's put it right here and reset everything again. Perfect. All right. Now, let's go ahead and put that button on that save edit. Let's put a button for it. We're handling everything. Yeah, when we do this, enter, we're doing the same thing. So we want that here to be saved. And you can see that it's not being saved in the server yet. So before we put the button here, because I know we're missing a button here, because I want to be able to access this functionality. When I press enter, I want a button here to also trigger this effect. But before we do the button, let's go ahead and make sure that our backend actually can take updating a text. All right. So let's go into the server.js, into our backend right here. And let's go to that put request right here. And now you can see that not only are we going to be able to get the completed, but we are also going to be able to update the text. All right. So let's get the params from here, but also let's get the text as well from the body. And right here, we got ID. And let's see, that's the first parameter. Then we are going to do, let's actually do this here. Completed. Let's put a curly braces here. Well, let me see something here. Oh, we just need the text right here. And that's it, right? Right here. And that's it, really. Let me see something here. So, yeah, just refresh. I don't think you have to, but let's just do that. Press enter. And now you can see if I refresh now, that data still there. Really awesome stuff. Look at that. So I can just say update it, enter, and refresh. Perfect. So that's working pretty good. Let's finish this by creating a button on the list item. Oh, on the app.js. Ads. So we need some type of button there. All right, so let's do that after this guy right here. I think this is the best place right here because we have the delete button here. So let's go and do that. And I'm going to attach this to be trigger. I'm going to attach and I click a handler here. And I'm going to make sure that when this is clicked, it's triggered. We trigger the save edit as well. Okay. And the save edit is going to expect an ID so we can pass that in since we already have it in this loop here. Let's just put save here. There we go. You can see the button there and you can see that it actually saves, but it makes everything disappear. Okay. Inspect. And let's see what it's actually doing. Well, we're not going to see it here. All right, let's go back in here and let's see to save edit, and we're passing the to-do ID to it. Let's see what we got here in the save edit. All righty. Let's go ahead and do something real quick before. let's, right now we can't have both of them here. Let's render one or the other. I'm talking about the delete, because if we are editing here, I want to only show the save, not the delete, right? Because we're not going to be deleting unless if we are saving, if we are updating something here. So yeah, I'm going to use this guy here as, let me see. Actually, I can do this from scratch. I don't have to confuse you guys more. So let me just do that from scratch here. And let me stop being lazy, right? So I'm going to display one of these guys conditionally here. As a matter of fact, this lecture is getting kind of long. Let me just do it right now. It's not going to take me long. I'm already here. So let's do that. So if the edit to do ID is equal to the to do ID that's coming in, then I want you to conditionally show the save this button here. Simple as that. Okay. Else, all right. I want you to conditionally show this guy here, right there. There we go. All righty. All right. So let's see what we got here. So the edit to do ID, as long as it's equal to this, we're going to show the button. Since we don't have anything on the, let's just delete this stuff here. And yeah, let's add a new to do. You can see now that when I click it, we have the save button and now it saves good. All right, so we don't have that delete. Perfect. It works. It works. Yeah, I told you it's not gonna take long. There we go. Perfect. And let's refresh, the data is still there. Perfect. So lastly, what we're gonna do is let's put some classes here to make this button look nice. So let's go into the save edit here. Let's put a class here and make this look a little nicer, right? So let's do the background to be like green. I like the 500, you notice that, right? And let's make the text white. Let's give it some padding. One should be fine. Let's see. That looks good. Let's make it round because that's very ugly to be square. We are doing 2.0 code here, right? Modern code. And when we hover over it, let's change this to be a little darker green. Perfect. All right. Look at that. That looks a lot better. Perfect. Right? And now we can complete it. We can save it, and you can see that it works really nicely. And voila. Right? Update it. Then we can click save. Well, let's make sure we spell it correctly. Save. Awesome stuff. Make sure that the delete button, actually the delete doesn't even need to look different there, but we could if we wanted to. We can make it red. So if you want to make it look nice. So let's, we can say BG, the delete should be red, right? BG red, 500. Right? And the text should be white. That's white. And let's make it so when we hover over it, we can change the background to something else. So let's do, this is, not the, but the background. BG red 600 should be sufficient. Oh, let's put some padding around it. So let's do padding 2 and on the axis and padding 1 on the vertical. Perfect. And let's make it rounded, of course. All righty. That looks better. Alrighty, guys. If you were able to make it this far, great job. Great job, guys. Update it too. Save. Really awesome job, guys. Really awesome. This is working really nicely. Now, with everything that you have learned here, you should be able to build really nice applications. But you need some more knowledge. This is not enough. So I suggest for you guys to take more practical projects, courses out there, so to get more knowledge, all right? So you know the fundamentals, even you know a little bit more than the fundamentals, because I started you off from beginners in my other React.js for Beginners course. Then we jump into more of an intermediate level here, and then you can just keep practicing until you get into more advanced level, all right? Guys, if you're looking at this at Coding Faculty, you can shoot me a comment and let me know how I'm doing. If you're watching this on YouTube, please subscribe or share the video, like it, help me out by making this noticeable out there, all right? The more you watch my videos, the better you would get, and the better I would get, because that would motivate me to keep making more. Thank you so much for your support. If you're not part of the Coding Faculty, think about it. Go to codingfaculty.com, and you can also support me that way, all right? So I can keep creating content for a lot of people in the world that I like to help, especially in poor countries where technology is starting to, take notice. So anyway, guys, again, thank you so much. See you. Have fun.